Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us on our second day of our annual integration conference. Thank you to everyone who was with us yesterday. It was a long day. We discussed a number of issues, and although it took longer than anticipated, we are happy that most of you stayed with us until the end. We are confident that we managed to enable the exchange and expression of experiences and opinions on the subject matters, which is mostly our intention as UNHCR. We believe that bringing diverse actors together to discuss and exchange views is basically the purpose of dialogue, and what we are aiming at is to continue with this, to pursue this even further, because we truly believe that solutions can only be the results, effective solutions can only be the result of dialogue. I don't want to delay you any further, so I think it's best if we move to the first session of the day. But before we do that, just let me inform you that today's event will be divided in two web sessions. The first web session consists of our two sessions for the day, which we are doing now. Starting in a while is the employment of asylum seekers and refugees. At 11, promoting inclusion and preventing xenophobia through education. And then for the final session, which is the representation of refugees and asylum seekers in Cyprus media, which is in the second part of today's event, you will have to use the second link that was sent to all of you by email last night. If that's confusing, please free to request clarifications in the chat box or in the contact details of our technical assistants. But for now, let's move on to our first speaker for the day. Just a kind reminder to everyone, please try and stick to the maximum duration of presentations, which is 20 minutes. Otherwise, we will not be able to continue as scheduled to the second part of our conference. Thank you very much. Corina, on to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Yorgos, and thank you for the organization of this really interesting conference. Even under these strange conditions, it's really great that we can all get together and exchange opinions and further growth, further develop the areas that we work in. So I will go straight ahead and get going with my short presentation, and Yorgos, do feel free if I reach 20 minutes, which I don't think I will, but do feel free to cut in. So welcome back, everybody, after a really interesting day yesterday, and today we will be we'll be starting with the employment of asylum seekers and refugees, and I will be giving the take from the civil societies side, from the experience that we have working in this area. An extremely important aspect of integration is labor integration, but it has to be effective integration. So when we talk about effective labor integration of refugees, it's a mutual beneficial process for both sides, because it allows the societies, the local societies, to utilize resources to boost the economy, but at the same time become more tolerant and more understanding towards the populations that are coming to the country and living in the country. Of course, at the same time, it enables persons to be self-reliant, to deploy their skills, to feel part of the community, share their values, and of course, securing stability in the long run for their families. Labor integration, based on our experience, is at the top list of persons' concerns from the first days when they come into the country. So Once their status is stabilized, the next question and basic needs, the next question is always, when can I work? Where can I work? Now, accessing and maintaining decent employment can happen in two ways. It's both a spontaneous as well as a calculated process. When we say spontaneous, because people need to make a living, they need to cover their basic needs, and they will grab onto any opportunity in order to survive. This will enable them to mingle with locals, learn more skills, upgrade existing skills, learn the language. But the problem with the spontaneous process is that without a calculated process, without policies and tools to effectively facilitate labor integration, barriers always remain, outcomes will be capped, and this will adversely affect not only the refugees' individual pathways, but also the society's cohesion. And what we do see is that it traps persons into these cycles of either destitution or disappointment, and persons never reaching their full potentials. Now in Cyprus, we have seen mainly the spontaneous process. So this has been predominantly the route that is being taken in Cyprus due to lack of other options. The majority of refugees, just as any migrant coming to the country, is constrained by limited social, economic resources, limited language skills, lack of orientation and options. So what happens is that they'll take up any job that they can, which is usually less stable, lower paid, and similar to their capacities and academic background. Now, in the last couple of years, we have seen the state taking more initiatives, allocating more resources in facilitating labor inclusion for refugees, which is definitely a positive step. But it is important to understand that for many years, predominantly activities and initiatives on integration have been carried out by NGOs, local authorities, and other service providers. And it's important to understand that because we have a huge well of expertise and knowledge from these actors, and I will elaborate on this a bit further down. So there was a discussion yesterday, there was a presentation on the integration plan for third country nationals is underway. For us, it is a step in the right direction. It is a starting point, but as we saw with other colleagues, with other speakers, there are certain gaps and certain improvements that we are hoping also to see. The aim of it is to become, or it should become, a comprehensive strategy with systematic actions. And in order for it to become that, we believe that we need to feed in that the designers of the plan, if you'd like, need to observe what's already happened all these years and feed into the strategy so that it can become a long-term and a continuous and informed strategy for the purpose that it's been designed. The Cyprus Refugee Council, as an NGO service provider, we are in daily contact with a lot of actors, a lot of organizations, local authorities, service providers that work in the field. And as I said, the contribution of these actors is extremely important. They have accumulated over many years, some of us reaching 15 years, if not more, considerable knowledge on a series of topics that is directly or indirectly related to integration. And just to mention briefly, it includes legal advice and representation, social support services, psychotherapeutic interventions, awareness raising, community enabling strategies, provision of material support, implementation of local integration activities, and of course activities focused on labor integration. So we're talking about a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge on what works and what doesn't work. In addition, these actors are in daily interaction with asylum seekers and refugees, and this provides a great opportunity for having first-hand knowledge, but also maintaining individualized and long-term relations with the population. So the information is going back and forth on a daily and systematic manner. These actors have also been the ones that have been able to provide services in various locations across the country. So it have helped in decentralizing activities and have improved the reach out to the population. And they've done it with very limited capacity and resources, having to become creative and creating original and diverse and complementary services that have reached all categories of the population, including the vulnerable groups. The dedication and commitment of these actors have for many years been the main facilitator of integration interventions in Cyprus. And the truth is that without them, the scenery would have been very poor. To give an example of the work that we've been doing, and we have focused very much in recent years on integration and specifically on labor integration. As many of you may be familiar with the Help Refugees work platform, which started about 3 years ago. It's a free online tool for those of you who may not be familiar, and it boosts interaction between employers and their refugee job seekers. The operation of the platform has created opportunities not only for job finding, but it also has created collaborations with businesses and other actors, trainers, and we have used it as well as a job matching tool, as well as an advocacy tool. It's at the heart of many activities that we do, and with which we've collaborated with other NGOs and service providers. And the important aspects that we've derived from it is that it enables us to constantly feed refugee-related information to businesses, professional associations, and other labor actors, so not just on the profiles of persons who are interested in finding jobs, but generally the refugee pool as for labor integration. It's also enabled us to develop synergies with training providers and implement activities that lead to upskilling of refugees, a very, very important aspect of labor integration. We've also organized networking activities, like the first career fair for refugees, which happened in December last year, was very successful. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we were not able to repeat it, but hopefully we will do soon. So based on our experience, and again, coming back to the integration plan, I would like to point out some recommendations which we think should be incorporated. We've shared this with the designers of the plan in a detailed analysis. And we see it as and we hope it's received as a positive contribution in the hope to create a calculated and informed integration policy, which will give people better and more sustainable integration outcomes. So a very important point for us is we need to invest in the human resources brought by refugees. It's very valuable, and in Cyprus we haven't taken advantage of this source, this very valuable source that we have around us. But in order to do that, we have to develop and we have to an effective mechanism for timely recording of skills, qualifications, provision of individualized job counseling, and in order for this to work, we need to improve the language learning options. They need to become more diverse and continuous. They have to be there when the person needs to tap into them. As I mentioned before, the knowledge and the expertise of NGOs and local authorities and service providers, this definitely needs to be harvested. And although there was efforts in the leading up to the plan, we've given recommendations on how we believe this could have been done in a more comprehensive and a more effective manner. This would also mean it becoming more systematic. So the opinion exchange, being part of the decision making, monitoring of the situation, we recommend should be through official partnerships and procedures, and not just ad hoc or in very at the end of the period. Besides the knowledge and expertise that the NGOs and the local authorities bring, they need to be supported. If we do want to continue, and things are getting harder, and it's more difficult to provide these services, especially with the current conditions, there needs to be a closer partnerships and collaborations between the state and these actors. We are the ones that can maximize outreach, ensure continuation of actions, and offer a wide geographical coverage. In order to do so, though, more funds need to be allocated to this sector. Some recommendations specifically on employment and on asylum seekers employment. We strongly believe the procedures for initiating employment need to be improved. So there has been years this discourages employers from hiring asylum seekers, where at other times it may lead to irregular employment and in many times, as we've seen in recent cases, exploitation. The reduction of the processing time of this process is decisively important if we want to talk about effective employment, effective labor integration for asylum seekers. What our recommendation has been to the Labour Office is to a possible revised, let's say, procedure model would be licensing the employer to start hiring. So at the time of hiring, contracts assigned, the employer is fully aware of the law, of their obligations, and while this is happening and the approval process is completed, the Department of Labour will be able to ascertain whether the agreements are being complied with, and then either give a final approval or revoke it and refer the employer to the Department of Labour Relations, and that way developing also accountability in this area, which is very much lacking. Another sensitive, I would say, topic is the sectors of employment for asylum seekers, but we have always maintained that these should be opened up. So we have seen the increase in recent years, but again, it is very isolated towards low-skilled jobs, and this prohibits long-term integration. We carried out a mapping recently of approximately 1,000 persons, of refugees, and our findings were that approximately 44% has completed post-secondary studies, and yet 65 either work or have worked at some point in much lower paid jobs with very little relation to their qualifications. And this definitely has an impact on long-term integration in labor, but as well as in general. This also brings.
We will have to move on to the next speaker in a couple of minutes. So if you could.
Yeah, I'm at the end, Giorgio. I have like 2 minutes left. So just to say that again, the international protection holders is the largest pool of de facto long-term residents in Cyprus. They're the ones that we know will be here and that will be either remaining forever, will be creating second generations, or at least for a very long time. For this group, we feel that there needs to be a holistic approach, a long investment approach, and with regards to their financial status and education opportunities. And I'll come to my last point, but it's a very, very important point, and it was overlooked in the integration plan, is the gender-sensitive approach of all labor integration actions. And this is something that we've been repeatedly saying, not only us, other organizations as well. We have to acknowledge that women will face additional obstacles. It's more challenging, apart from the need to address cultural stereotypes and social norms. We need to empower activities with investing in infrastructure. And again, we saw that recently in the media. If there's no childcare arrangements, the expectations of women to integrate cannot be high and will not be facilitated. We need to understand their specialized needs, what they are bringing with them, because they do have skills, but we need to adapt all initiatives and all actions with a gender-sensitive approach, a gender dimension. And I think there is time for that to be incorporated, and it's something that we very strongly feel should be. So in conclusion, Giorgomou, a lot needs to be done. We're at the early stages of integration in Cyprus. I believe steps are being taken in the right direction, but a lot of expertise and knowledge out there that should be tapped into and should be utilized. So I hope I've set the stage for the conversation, and thank you. And I think I maintained my time. And I will be passing on to Mr. Socrates Christodoulides from the Department of Labor. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Socrates, we can hear you and we can see you. Please, you can
All
get
right.
on with your presentation.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, dear participants and colleagues in this second annual Refugee Integration Conference. It was an excellent first day. Let's hope that the second day will also be so productive as the first one. Again, thank you for providing me the opportunity to represent my organization, the Department of Labor and the Public Employment Services, to present and discuss current policy and issues of asylum seekers and refugees in our offices as far as registration and placement of asylum seekers and refugees. Let me commence this presentation by emphasizing the importance that the integration and social inclusion of migrants has for our organization and, of course, for the whole country. Why is that? Because the integration and social inclusion of migrants is crucial, not only to ensure the cohesion of our societies, but also to address skill gaps, labor shortages, and to boost economic performance overall. Therefore, I will proceed with explaining shortly existing policy of the three categories of migrants that we service in our offices, being recognized refugees, subsidiary protection holders, and asylum seekers. First of all, the employment rights of refugees. As maybe probably all know, they have equal access to employment as Cypriots and EU citizens. There are no restrictions to any particular employment sector, and there is no need for the approval and stamping of any employment contract by our department. And of course, all labor provisions that exist for all people that they work, all working population, exist also for refugees, recognized refugees. By the same token, employment rights of subsidiary protection holders, they too have equal access to employment as Cypriots and EU citizens. They have no restriction to any particular employment sector as well. And the same, of course, no need for approval or stamping of contracts, and all labor law provisions exist for their employment as well. Now, as far as the employment rights of asylum seekers access to the labor market, they have access to the labor market 1 month after the submission of their application for international protection. It was decreased to 1 month from 6 months after there was a review of the decree that mandates their employment. So the decree and the procedures mandated by a ministerial decree that was issued by the Minister of Labour, Welfare and Social Insurance on the 20th of June of 2019. And on that day, the permitted occupation and sectors were increased to enable asylum seekers to have more choices and also work in more occupations than before. This decree was reviewed in 2019 by taking into account the state of the labor market, the unemployment, analysis of the unemployment, and after consultation, of course, with the social partners. In other words, during this analysis, there was a determination of the sectors and occupations in where employers were experiencing lack of working hands, they were having bottlenecks, and it was deemed important to open up these occupations so that employers can have available candidates to work in their business, proceed with their everyday business activities, and also the asylum seekers to gain a job, gain work experience, and also, as we all know, employment provides for better integration and better assimilation, provided, of course, that terms of employment are the right ones and there is no discrimination. This is a table that shows the permitted activities and occupations with the decree, the new decree that was issued by the Minister of Labour, Welfare, Labour and Social Insurance. You see on the left column the economic activity, and on the right column for each economic activity, the occupations that asylum seekers can apply to work, because there is a procedure that they apply through their with their employers through our district labor officers. We accept their applications. We just require some documents from the employer, and we send the application to the central office. I understand it was also mentioned yesterday there is a delay of like 1.5 to 2 months in issuing the approval. This is something that we work on it, and our director is really working hard so that to minimize the time that is required. It takes that time because we want to ensure that all documents are in line, that the terms of employment are checked with other similar positions that the employer has, and that there will be no discrimination or exploitation. Moving on, as you can see, there are several occupations. Most of them are manual. Pest services. The next thing that I would like to see is and present to you, apart from the policy that the main provisions of policy that I referred before, are some issues that we encounter in our offices, our public employment service offices, when we offer some services, for example, registration. Registration options, the major registration options for all customers, not only for these groups, are three. The regular employee, those that they are registered to seek full-time employment, the part-timers seeking part-time work, and the employers seeking better employment. This can be full-timers looking for a better full-time job, part-timers looking for a better part-time job, or part-timers looking for a full-time job. And what we mean by better employment, it can be translated in taking into account several factors like salary, working conditions, nature of work environment, the job task, and the future career advancements that somebody can have in an organization or a company. The registration process in our offices is relatively easy in terms of resident status verification. From asylum seekers, what is needed is just the confirmation letter and the alien book. And for organized and subsidiary protection seekers is the resident permit or confirmation letter for obtaining the status. Now, what are, through our experience, the registration challenges of public employment services? I will mention the most important ones and the most frequent ones. The most evident one is the communication difficulties, especially for those job seekers who do not possess basic communication skills in Greek or English. In these cases, there are bilingual, we utilize bilingual members of their community that accompany them in our offices. This is not the ideal condition to help individuals. We would like and we recommend that there are certified bilingual translators from their native language to Greek or English, preferably Greek, so that a translator can really transfer all the sentiments, all the correctly, all that is said and expressed by the individual to the officer who makes the registration, so that we are fully aware of the problems, of the situation, of the conditions, family obligations that the individual has. So this is something we recommend also as a service, and because right now we don't have it, we just utilize members, or sometimes members of my hubs in every district, they help these people through the translation. The purpose, another registration challenge is the purpose of the intended registration that many times our officers require to clarify and make sure that it's fully understood by the job seekers. Because the purpose should be to register, and with the proper assistance, the proper counseling and mediation, the individual must be willing and available to accept job proposals and integrated with assistance, I repeat, into the labor market. For, of course, with a suitable job, and I will explain later on all the factors that are taken into account. So this is another challenge that we face, explaining and making clear what are the obligations when somebody is registered with our offices. Another thing that is very important also is that academic qualifications or other skills or examination certificates is important to be translated into English or Greek by certified licensed translators. We encounter problems of missing qualifications because the refugees may left behind these qualifications on the country of origin from where they left, and or they may have it but they don't have it in Arabic language or in their native language, and therefore we cannot really enter them into our system. So what we consult them when we register is that we want to have a complete picture of their academic qualification and capabilities, and therefore it is necessary and very important to have all these qualifications or other examinations translated into either English or Greek language. Let's move to another area of our services for these categories, but also for other categories as well. The job matching and job referrals. Effective job matching in terms of our system depends primarily on the desired occupation of the job seeker and the available vacancies at the time of our in our PES electronic system. Other factors that are taken into account during the matching process, of course, are the level of communication skills, size of family and family obligations, working hours, and other employment terms, the salary, the acquired experience related to the job that we are going to refer the individual, the distance and available transportation. We encounter many times difficulties by migrants to move from their place of residence to the job because they have to change maybe 2 buses, or they have to utilize the car of somebody else because they don't own a car. So these things are taken into account. It is difficult to find really many jobs available when you have these problems, but are taken into account. Also the health condition that they have, but also if they take care of somebody in the family that has health problems, they require due diligence, of course, and they prefer qualifications by the employer. All these factors are taken into account in order to, in a way, inform the individual, the migrant, of what is expected from the job, what are the characteristics of the job, and if this job will be suitable to be referred to, so for an interview. So the challenges of job matching, as again I repeated, one obvious one is the language barrier, because language as a communication skill is important during the interview, or at least basic language skills, so that the employer can communicate with the candidate effectively, and at least understand each other in terms of the basic tasks that the individual has to carry on during his everyday work every day. Another challenge is the guaranteed minimum income register an employee, and the requirement to actively seeking employment that you are suitable and able to perform. Many times we have people coming to our offices trying to register as an employee because they say that the epsilon tell them to register. This is actually an obligation by the law. Recipients of benefits of GMI recipients of the guaranteed minimum income, if they have no problems with their health, they have to register within the Public Employment Service and accept assistance by the Public Employment Service in terms of counseling and mediation, so that they can engage the labor market and be productive members of the society themselves and for their families. So this is something that we try to explain to migrants, that they're registered here not just as a typical obligation that they have to continue receiving passive benefits, but to activate them so that in the long term they will be able to engage into the labor market and be active as well, without so much the need of the guaranteed minimum income. Reluctance on part of few employers to interview and hire refugees, and the need to soothe possible worries and consult them regarding false perception and beliefs. I can say that working in Paphos, being the manager of the labor office in Paphos, I can see that in this area employers are getting much better. And this will be evident from the statistics that I show you. Through our consultation interaction with them, we emphasize the fact that refugees, migrants can be a very useful resource for their company, and that there is an indifference that they have to insist on, that with appropriate training they can also be useful for their companies and very good workers. So they have to view them as an important human element and not in any other way. So we try to maybe soothe their worries and change, if any, possible perceptions, discriminated or xenophobia exist among them. And I think we're doing a good job at least here in Paphos, that we have interaction with them. Many employers, they understand that. Many employers that hired migrants, and they saw that this hiring was very good in terms of their productivity. They don't hesitate to really hire migrants, asylum seekers in their companies, and this is good. Size of family obligations, availability of childcare facilities, convenient working hours and transportation is also a challenge during the job matching, because you know that some of the families are big families, and they have to take mothers. They have to take care of children. One of the two must stay home most of the times. Of course, in these cases, we have a very good cooperation with the welfare services, with social workers who visit and assess the situation of each and every family and report to us about the possibility of mothers or fathers to take up work, and what are the limitations. So we have continuous contact with our colleagues from the welfare services in regard to this issue. And the last but not least, that I would like to mention here is that employment comes in the right time. These people that they come as refugees in a host country, they have to be ready in order to join the labor market. Often they come from war zones or from countries that they had difficulties living there. So we need to give them the time so that the psychology, the psychological situation is good enough so that they can come, and all other factors will resolve. For example, housing, financial condition are resolved, or in a progressive good way, so that they are ready to enter the labor market. Okay, so right time is very, very important. It must be a procedure, step by step, and employment comes after some issues are already resolved. It will be very also important to analyze here and mention you another service that we have, the individual counselor's approach, the counseling in our services that we offer. And this individual counseling approach is that we offer in public employment services, is offered to the hard-to-place job seekers that belong to vulnerable groups like youth, long-term unemployed, disabled, GMI recipients, single parents. Basic components of this approach, and also all the migrants that belong to these groups, they can benefit from this counseling approach. What is the basic components of this approach? We have specially trained private counselors for each individual. We hire, our department hired 30 extra counselors in 2019, so we increased our counseling department, and we have available tools to help these groups. One tool that we try to introduce now is, as I show you here, the skills profile tool for third country nationals. Is something that EU developed, and is really developed especially for the use to sketch the profile of migrants. It includes personal information questions, skill identification questions, especially designed for the needs of the migrants. And we're in the process of adapting this in our services so that we have a more detailed picture and precise picture for the individual, and also as a result provide better help for them. This procedure also entails the development and implementation of an individual action plan that is agreed bilaterally with the migrant, continuous feedback and monitoring by the counselor, and after placement follow-up, because as mentioned by different speakers, a very important element of finding a job is not only finding a job, but securing a job that will be sustainable, a job that in where the person will be secure, will work and be satisfied. And therefore, what we look at is that we have at least 6 months after placement is followed up by the counselor to ensure that there are no issues surrounding this placement of the individual. Okay, let's see some statistics now. Here is a picture of as of 3 of December of 2020. You can see there, according to the district, we have asylum seekers, the first column, by district, and the total. We have subsidiary protection full-time, and subsidiary protection part-time, and recognized full-time and part-time. You can see the numbers there. There is a total of 5.5 almost thousand from all categories in terms of unemployed, because we also have around 300 from these categories that they are already working, but they seek employment. But these people here, the unemployed needs more attention and more attempts and assistance by us. Here are the placements of unemployed from the period of the new degree, the ministerial degree was issued that increased the number of occupations. So it's from the 1st of June 2019 till the 30th of November 2020, all the placements through the labor offices in different districts. One thing that you can see, apart from the numbers, is the last column. You can see the total percentage share of placements from these categories as a part of the total placements on all categories of all customers. So you can see that in Nicosia, for example, 34% of all the placements were done for asylum seekers, subsidiary protection, recognized refugees, based on the numbers that you see in the first row. In Limassol, 31% of all the placements were for these categories, for migrants. Larnaca, 20%, Paphos, 39%, Famagusta, 15%. So a total of 32%, or 1,690 placements of a total, from a total of 5,304 placements have to do with asylum seekers, subsidiary protection, and recognized refugees. So you can see that employers are starting to really get rid of any maybe fears, reluctance that they used to have in. Now we can see that they hire people, they hire some seekers with our consultation as well, but also they see that by hiring them, there's nothing wrong, there is no problems encountered as far as they can communicate effectively and the job is done. Just for information purposes, right now we have 1,470 stamp employment contracts of asylum seekers at the moment, and the major economic sectors of these contracts are hotel, restaurant, tourist, 286, general manufacturing, 285, commerce, 253, agriculture, 164, petrol, car wash stations, 179, and waste management, 80 people. This is my last slide. I put down here 3 main needs that need to be further addressed and some recommendations for thought and discussion. The 3 main needs that they need to further be addressed is the lack of knowledge of host country language. We need more lack of knowledge of host country language training and need for more vocational and technical training. The recommendation for this is that we should instigate more intensive and better organized language training, vocational and technical training, and better recognition of academic or atypical qualifications, skills, and work experience. I would like to share an experience that I have here in Paphos. We cooperate with non-governmental organizations, other organizations, other stakeholders. In Paphos, for example, I have the experience of opinion action research that they cooperate with us in a program that they have, a training program they have, but also we cooperate with PO that also initiated some language programs for migrants. And therefore, it's good to increase these synergies, but put them in a more organized way. In some other countries, language training is one of the first things that it should be offered before registering to the public employment service, of course. So a recommendation is to make this more intensive, but very organized as well. Family responsibilities prevent training opportunities and employment prospects, especially for women of big families. The recommendation here is convenient training times available, make more hours available with the training, and better child care arrangements, but also willingness and desire from the migrants' side to accept job offers and try to cooperate with our officers to find a job. And the third one is xenophobia and prejudice in employment. The recommendation here is to continue employer guidance and information. I tell you that in this respect, I think personally that a step forward, a positive step forward has been done by the employers. We should continue and amplify even more our mediation for successful arrangements of interviews and for sustainable, good quality placements. And of course, we encourage and want to participate in campaigns against xenophobia and discrimination with the synergy of all relevant stakeholders, of NGOs, of MyHubs, of municipalities. Every stakeholder that we want to contribute for these campaigns, we really encourage it and we will participate as well. That's it. I think I was not too long. Thank you everybody for your attention.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. So with us is Mobin Hosseini, who's lived many years in Cyprus. Mobin, I'll leave it to you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank UNHCR for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference. My name is Mobin and I'm a computer science graduate, and I am currently working to establish my own startups. Today, I would like to share some of my experiences and challenges that I believe the younger generation here in Cyprus are currently facing, including Cypriots as well. And I'm not talking only about foreigners and refugees. As the other speakers have mentioned, there have been many individual efforts or from the government side about the integration of refugees and foreigners with the new society, but I believe there is room for improvement in different sectors and in different departments. And I think that there is a multidimensional effort needed in order for everyone to play their role so the refugees or foreigners can find their job the job that is actually suited for them. As the other speakers have said, the language barrier is one of the most important things, because when you start to learn the language, you can actually better understand the culture, and you can be much more, you can have a much more smooth transition to this new society. From there on, I think building a set of skills as early as possible is required in order for the individual to be able to work and survive. The government has done a lot of work regarding the the language learning process, but I think there are some cases where you could get few people and take them to a further step. I would like to share some of my personal knowledge and experience about how the pandemic has opened new opportunities to some areas and some sectors. During the pandemic, most of the tech companies have gone fully remote, and suddenly there are so many available positions and opportunities for people such as myself. But the problem is that they require EU citizens, and unfortunately, we don't have that access. And they simply do not recognize us because they are not the ones that permit us to work. We live in Cyprus. Now, again, the problem with employment is that there are many factors and dimensions. There is the state, which is responsible for the economic growth and creating the job opportunities and giving employers the opportunity to open up a business. There is a society which includes employers and their behaviors towards the foreigners or refugees or whatever, or even Cypriots. And the individual which must compete in order to get a position and to learn his set of skills. Now, the problem with the state is that there are many bureaucratic processes and procedures, and there are delays in different departments of the government. For instance, one of the examples that I can say is opening a company here in Cyprus. It requires a lot of papers. It requires different things that take time. It may take you, let's say, 1 month. Whereas in let's say UK, in 10 minutes you can have a certificate of incorporation of a company. It's a simple process. It's an online process. In 10 minutes, maybe less than 10 minutes, you get your certificate and you can start to work or to employ somebody else. The society, basically, the employers are often, not everybody, but they are often hostile towards foreigners for whatever reason, and that's, we can't solve it. We can't change the mindset of everyone. But I think that would be a very specific problem that I don't know which the solution has to be, because I have no idea how the government can solve that problem. And many times the individuals, the refugees, or even the Cypriots, they feel pressure from the society because the uncertainty of future drives them to disappointments, and in many cases to even psychological issues and health issues. Now, the reality is different. The reality is a bit different than what we say and what we see. I know, I'm not saying that everything is not working or whatever, but I think there is room for improvement. I think there can be some new rules, some new, I don't know, some other directions that might help some other people to start and grow and see their future much more clear. Now, I think I mentioned also the government that could, for example, create some platforms for different applications and introduce transparency for, let's say for opening a company. I think there may be there could be some progress in developing such platforms. I believe that we all know the issues of this society. We all know what is going on. But from here, I don't know how and what are the plans to implement those rules, those new rules, and to see how we could effectively have a result that works for everybody. I have got few questions. I don't know if it's the correct time to ask them. I have no idea if it's okay to ask, but anyway, I will ask them. It's about the transparency within the government and the procedures. So we have seen the so-called ping pong. You visit the department and they send you to another person, and then you go to the person and they send you to another person, and so on. And at the end of the day, you end up at the beginning, at the first place. I think this is something that everybody has seen. And I'm talking about even the Cypriots. I have many friends who say the same things. One of the question is, what is the government doing for introducing transparency to the different applications? My next question is, what are the differences between employees within the public and the private sector? How is it possible that you can call a department for a week and nobody answers? Why there are no penalties since these people are getting paid? Is it possible is that possible in other EU countries? I mean, what is the difference between a McDonald's employee? If they don't answer a phone call, I mean, for 2 days, they are going to get fired. What is happening in the public sector? Are there some the responsibilities are there, but are there some penalties or something that can help them at least to be more productive, because it will boost their productivity? And of course, what are the other EU countries doing? What works for them? Is there a mechanism to compare and improve the system in different sectors, in employee, labor office, migration, and across the whole departments? Are there some performance measurements done that help them, which may help the Cyprus government? I think these are my questions, and I would like to give emphasis to this last point, which actually bothers me. The problem with the citizenship. I think it's not a very straightforward process. There is a lot of bureaucratic procedures and no transparency at all. As I mentioned, there are so many opportunities for people like myself. So many companies, they want to hire foreigners, but the problem again goes back to the citizenship, because the Cyprus government knows the status of refugees. Nobody else knows. Other countries do not know about your status, and you are not allowed to work in their countries. So this is something that is very critical for many people, I believe, because if you have a set of skills that are internationally required, for example, programming and these jobs, many companies from different countries, they don't have any problem to hire you remotely, and it would be a nice thing to know in which part of the process your application is currently. It's nice to know it's nice to know, and it's nice to have a transparent view of the image. For instance, a Cypriot friend of mine in UK, he applied for the citizenship. It was 2 months ago. Yeah, it was a very simple process. He made an appointment for, I don't know, let's say a week from here. They registered him online. He got a passcode. He used the passcode to the system. He went to do a test. The test was done. And the result was ready at the same day. And after that, he had to go through a simple process of giving his biometric data. And from there on, he just needs to wait 2 weeks maximum. That's the process. Simple, no psychological pressure, nothing. I think this is what I wanted to cover, and I would be happy if you could answer some of these questions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Mobin. Thank you so much for being with us. I've known Mobin since he was a little boy. He grew up in Cyprus, and he's an excellent example of the great things that refugees have to offer to the country. But unfortunately, he's also an excellent example of the serious gaps. Mobin, as he mentioned, has applied for, although he grew up here and he's been here, Mobin, what, 15 years, 16 years?
Yeah, more.
And
almost
he
2
still
decades.
doesn't have a Cyprus citizenship. If we're talking about integration, this is an example, as I said, of one of the most serious gaps. Thank you so much, Mobin, for being with us.
Thank you.
Going on to Sotiris Themistokleous. Sotiris from the Center for Social Innovation. Reminding you of the 20 minutes. Yorgos is pressuring me in messages, so please stick to it, and I'll pass it on to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Corina. Thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. It's sunny Nicosia morning, actually. Also, a big thank you to UNHCR for organizing for the second year this excellent event. I think it's a good opportunity to share our practices, our experiences, our concerns, to listen to each other, to find ways to collaborate and promote diversity, integration, and social justice in the Cypriot society. My presentation will be could be a wrap-up of the discussions that Corina, Socrates, and Mobin had in the previous presentations, with the presentation of a practical tool to address issues of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. So we will be discussing the Diversity Charter of Cyprus. I will try to skip any videos that we have to save some time. The Diversity Charter of Cyprus is coordinated by the Center of Social Innovation that focuses in promoting introduced disruptive solutions to address systemic social, educational, and economic challenges. And we have a very, very strong focus in promoting social justice, especially in the areas of society, education, and the market. So, skipping some videos to focus on what we want to say today. The Diversity Charter was an initiative by the European Commission that took place in 2010, and it came to address a very big issue of the challenge in the workplace in order to support the market, the businesses, organizations, NGOs, and public bodies to embrace diversity and promote equal opportunities in the workplace, regardless of age, disability, gender, race, or ethnic origin, religion, or sexual orientation. And after 10 years of expansion in the European Union, currently is signed and promoted by 26 member states. Cyprus actually was the last one that we managed to sign the agreement a few months ago, and we will say about that in a while. So the diversity context in Cyprus and inclusion in the workplace it's built on some pillars of the Cyprus Constitution and legal frameworks that promote equality, diversity, and freedom of choice of employment by all people. And it's based on this that we try to promote the Diversity Charter of Cyprus. Before we go to the importance of the Diversity Charter and why we are trying to implement this, it's very interesting to see the results of a very recent research we did in September 20 on the importance of diversity in the workplace among a variety of organizations in Cyprus. And actually, we found out that there are no there are no structures, frameworks, or policies to address diversity in most of the organizations. At least almost 70% of the respondents reply that there is no diversity management process or stated in the values of the organization. Almost 60%, they don't have any established procedures in resolving problems related to diversity. Also, a very contemporary issue on the COVID pandemic, we see that the 40% of employers and stakeholders in the market reply that the pandemic is making it difficult to address issues of diversity in their working environment. Where the most, let's say, worried reply was that none of these, most of these employers do not expect to develop an official diversity management policy in their organization for the next 3 years. So, having in mind these gaps and challenges, we pushed over the past few months to promote the Diversity Charter of Cyprus, try to establish a formal framework of promotion and support to the local market here in Cyprus, with the objectives of promoting diversity and inclusion in the workplace, to create a dynamic local and European network that our businesses, our organizations, and our institutions could exchange good practices, knowledge, and processes in address issues of diversity. And of course, to provide the right tools, let's say, to have a positive impact in addressing issues of discrimination and diversity in the workplace. The official launch of the Diversity Charter in Cyprus took place in January 2019, where the first signatory was CETA, the Cyprus Telecommunication Agency. What are the benefits that a company or an institution, organization, or a public service can get out of this? It's firstly that we provide a memorandum of understanding where we set some basic principles, processes, and tools that the signatories should respect in order to be members of the Diversity Charter. We also provide a practical guide on how diversity could be implemented in the workplace. At this point, I have to say that a lot of human resource managers, employers, and directors of many companies and institutions are already starting to apply this guide, and we will see later some of them with some very, very interesting results with a lot of positive impact among their employees. Also, part of the Diversity Charter of Cyprus will be the provision of specialized training to human resource managers, directors, employers, where the basic topics of this training will address issues of diversity and inclusion, management of diversity in organizations, how employees can be integrated in a diverse environment of a business or generally for a workplace. And of course, we provide a very advanced e-learning platform which supports courses, online courses, where both employees and employers can access and follow some practical guides and advices and tools in order to address diversity issues in their work environment. Finally, following what Corina said at her presentation, promoting diversity, it's a win-win situation for both employees and employers. So taking the aspect of employers, we strongly believe that being part of Diversity Charter of Cyprus, beyond the practical support that a company could receive through networking, training, and capacity building, it can also use that as a promotional activities for their own company or as part of their CSR, company social responsibility, corporate social responsibility actions that they may promote. So there is this badge that the diversity charter signatories could use in their promotional activities. Of course, being member of this process and the diversity charter has to be assessed every year. There are evaluation tools in place where the experts of our organization will be implementing on an annual basis to secure that the diversity charter principles are applied and to secure that the signatories of the diversity charter are following those principles and guides. Now, some of the recent achievements we had related to the promotion of the diversity charter and to the implementation of the practices we suggested is the flexible hours policy, where it allows people to have a better work-life balance, which is connected with education, parenthood, religion. So we managed to promote this policy in many companies. We saw an increase of the signatories of the charter, an increase in the hiring of people, especially with people with disabilities and people with migrant background. A lot of requests for training and interest in adopting new tools and processes in diversity management. We saw a lot of in-house training development from the human resource management and directors of the companies. Also within the companies, we saw the creation of internal groups of support and discussion, topics related to gender equality, rights with people with disabilities, multiculturalism, and LGBTI people. And of course, something that is happening, that was happening now. I think there is a limitation with the pandemic. We saw some events from big companies with food weeks where people could cook food from their own cultures and share it with their colleagues as part of the diversity promotion within the workplace. Here are some of the signatories of the diversity charter over the past year. We see a lot of public services from the Ministry of Interior, the Commissioner of Communications, the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, local authorities, President Information Office, a lot of organizations. Some of them are also participating in the event of UNHCR now, and also big companies, auditing firms, universities, and other academic institutions. And we are very proud and happy for this. Of course, the Center for Social Innovation has the responsibility to assess and promote this charter within these organizations, and we are more than happy to support any interested organization, service, or institution to adopt the diversity charter. Our vision is to develop further effective strategic tools, especially in terms of awareness and information in the Cypriot workplace. We want to, in the last week, we want to develop tools that will address issues of pandemic or generally social or other crises that may occur over the next years. We want to establish a network of experts and organizations that could exchange knowledge and practices between them. And of course, make the diversity charter a must for all businesses and organizations in Cyprus to follow those guidelines and those processes to benefit both their institutions and their companies, but also their employees. Thank you very much for this, both from me and also from Panayota Konstanti, which is running the diversity charter of Cyprus for the Center of Social Innovation. We are at your disposal for any feedback or any support in adopting the diversity charter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mobin, Corina, and Socrates for this very interesting session. We have a few questions, but I think let's address them near the end of our day. But also, speakers, please feel free to type in your response to any question which is relevant to your topic or your session by going to the questions tab on the right side of your screen. You are able to read the questions that are being posted, but also respond to them. Moving on to our second session for the day, promoting inclusion and preventing xenophobia through education. Our first speaker is Dr. Chrystalla Katsapaou, Assistant Protection Officer here at UNHCR. Chrystalla, thank you for joining.
Thank you, George, and it's good to see such a big turnout. I was asked to provide an introduction to the subject of education, so I will just introduce some broad issues in relation to the right to education, some of the challenges that we see across the European Union, and some of the challenges that we specifically see in Cyprus, and some recommendations. After me, we will have a parent's perspective. Rehab will talk to you about the parent's perspective on education. And we also have Eirini, who will speak from the Ministry of Education. And then we will have Elizabeth Kassinis, who will speak from CARITAS to talk about some practical barriers. I don't want to focus too much on the issue of the legal framework, but it's really important to recognize that there is a right to education, and this is embedded and enshrined in the 1989 UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And also, we do see this within our national law. But when we talk about education, we're not just talking about education in the context of pre-primary school to the age of 18. And if you look at the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, it also talks about making higher education accessible to all. And then if we look also at the European Union Common European Asylum Framework, the access to education and vocational training also for adults is highlighted, and this is fundamental in order to access employment. And this is something that's been discussed in our first session this morning, and I don't want to talk too much about vocational training. I will focus on the educational framework for children, but it's something that I wanted to highlight this morning, that when we look at education, we're looking at education in the context of children, language learning and vocational training. UNHCR's role in terms of this in the European context is we monitor the level of access to education. What I wanted to show here with this slide, and I wish that we had better data for us to present the total number of asylum seekers and refugees that we have in Cyprus. But what I wanted to show with this slide is that when we look at the age demographics in Cyprus, what we see is that, and this is the number of asylum seekers that applied for international protection last year. And what we see is that the majority are young. So we have from the age of 0 up until 34, you see that we are looking at thousands of individuals who wish to access education. We also have a significant age group, a significant number is between the 14 to 17-year-old age group. And that means this age group is very difficult to provide education for an age group where, when we look at younger children, they are able to go into the education system, learn a language and integrate. Then as you get older, that becomes a little bit more difficult and more support is required. But then, as you can see, we have thousands of individuals between the ages of 18 and 34. And this is an age where a lot of people want additional training in order to access education and employment. UNHCR issued a report last year in collaboration with IOM and UNICEF on access to education for refugee and migrant children in Europe. Some of our findings, what I wanted to show here is that our findings across Europe, what we see in Cyprus, we see across the European Union. One of the bigger challenges is that we don't have a lot of data on refugee and migrant children and their access to education. And without data, these organizations, UNHCR, IOM, UNICEF, and other organizations that aim to offer support are unable really to target policies. So we need better data provision. There are across the European Union administrative and legal challenges to access education. And there are insufficient human and financial resources within educational establishments. There's a lack of psychosocial support to assist teachers and refugees. And there is a lack of language and cultural mediation support. We see that across the European Union. We see racism and xenophobia, stereotypes that are manifesting within the education system. And there are, as I said initially, limited opportunities for the adolescent age group between 15 and 17. There are greater challenges there in integrating this age group, getting them to a standard to be able to understand the language and progress. And then there is the issue across the European Union that many unaccompanied children who turn 18, they age out of the process, which means that they don't have access to effective education. Very broadly, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we are hearing from the people that we talk to. So we talk to children, we talk to adults, and we talk to teachers. We also talk to parents, and I haven't missed out the parents here, as we have Rehab who will talk to us about the parents' perspective. But what we are hearing from the children who attend schools is that when they go to school, one thing they want is they want to feel included and they want to make friendships. And that's a feeling that they belong. They've already been torn away from what they know, and they don't want to feel isolated within another country. There is also a great need for children to be motivated, and I come back again to the 14 and 17-year-old age group in Cyprus, who are often placed in, and the Ministry of Education in Rodosthenous will speak to us a little bit more detail, I imagine, on the children of a migrant background. There are programs for children of a migrant background where they go into the school system and they are educated separately from the mainstream. And there's a lack of motivation when we look at unaccompanied children because they don't receive any form of certificates to show that they have been educated because they can never reach the level to take examinations with the current way of education. And most children want an opportunity, and there is a need to progress. For adults, one of the biggest themes that comes to us is the need to learn Greek. They really, really want to learn Greek, and surprisingly, after all these years, there's a lack of language classes for those. From the day one, when somebody arrives in Cyprus, they should be introduced to Greek language classes. They should be integrated within the reception system. We've already spoken about vocational training, and this is a link to employment and the need to provide for families. higher education is a big issue in Cyprus. I started with the right to education, noting that access to higher education is also highlighted in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And yet, there are very few opportunities to access higher education in Cyprus, apart from some universities are offering, and that includes the University of Nicosia and the European University, scholarship programs for refugees. And this is a welcome step in coordination with the UNHCR. This is a welcome step, and it's been very successful in practice. Of course, we shouldn't forget the schools themselves. What do the schools themselves say? What do the teachers? These are the frontline people that work with children. And they obviously want to communicate with those that are trying to learn. And there is a need for language support. There also a need for cultural mediation support. Not in addition to psychosocial support. Now, you may wonder why that's in there, but effectively where there is a need to understand the trauma that children may have experienced and its impact on learning in order to be able to facilitate learning and to bridge the disadvantage gap that the children may have. And also teachers need professional development. They need to improve their skills, and that goes across the board with all issues, not just when we talk about refugee and migrant children. So the final slide is the recommendations specifically for Cyprus. We really need data collection. We cannot develop policies or provide resource or support in order to bridge the disadvantages in learning unless we know where are the refugee children, are they attending school? If not, why not? What is their achievement level so that we can bridge the gap if the achievement level is low or if the achievement level and see where they are in the education program. I mentioned earlier the children of a migrant background. Now, one way that the Ministry of Education is trying to integrate children within schools is to start children off in specific classes where they learn intensively the Greek language. This is a good initiative because it means that the children are intensely taught in order to be able to integrate. But one of the recommendations, we need to ensure that we are not marginalizing the children and that we integrate them as soon as possible when they get into a school program. Other countries adopt a specific teacher support program within classes rather than putting the children separately. We might want to consider different models. And this takes me on to the third recommendation, where you offer language, cultural and psychosocial support within the classroom rather than bringing the children separately. Another point which we see in Cyprus and across the European Union is stereotyping within schools, and we need active policies and activities to prevent racism and xenophobia. I've already spoken about higher education. UNHCR, as I've mentioned, have signed memorandum of understandings with some universities, University of Nicosia and the European Union Institute, and they are offering scholarships for refugees, which is a great initiative, and we hope it will carry on. It will open many doors for many people. And the last point is Greek language and vocational training must be made more widely available. The recommendation really is from day one. This needs to be integrated within the reception system, that people are made to feel useful. So you start with learning language, you start understanding their skills, and you offer them vocational training in accordance with their own skills. And that's it from me. I want to hand over to Rehab. Rehab is a parent, and she's going to give us the parent's perspective. So Rehab, over to you.
Hi, thank you so much. Hi, I'm Rehab. I have 4 children. Λύκειο, Gymnasio, Δημοτικό. Actually, or I can say the refugees problem in the school, it's how they treat them in the school by the teachers, the children, everyone. I want to mention actually a problem. She's 10 years old. They bullying my daughter at the school because her skin, like my skin, dark skin. So they call her so many things like Mavrua, Ela Musulmana, mainly because you are Muslim, so many things. So the problem is that happened from 3 years and never stopped. I do my best to speak with the teachers, with the manager of the school, everyone. Even I've been to the Grafiobedias here in Paphos. Actually, they hear to me, they was really nice. They give me time to explain everything about what happened, but no action. They speak, but no action. This year is a little bit better, if I can't say. They speak with the parents, but nothing happened. Nothing happened, nothing changed. I keep trying with everyone at the school. The problem is I cannot believe it. Children, they are only 8 or 9 or 10 years old. They can speak that. I can't blame the parents because the children, it's only what they hear in the houses. So if we can, or if we want to fix, we need to speak with the parents first, not with the children. This is first. The second thing is that the children at the school, how they feel. Not only my daughter. We have, like, I see the school here, it's full of children, girls, they wear hijab. They didn't play with them. They treat them very bad. They call them bad words. We need to find solution to finish this. They make like the Arab group and other, if I can say the Cypriot or the Russian or the Chinese or from any country groups. That's not fair to our children in the school. The second thing is the children that didn't have psychologist support in the school. Like my daughter, she believes she's ugly, but she's not because she's my daughter. I believe she's the most beautiful girl in the world. She believes she's ugly because they always told her that because she have dark skin. That she didn't have no friends, no one play with her. They didn't support her. I mean, the teachers in the beginning, no one support her in the beginning. They leave her alone. No one. Okay, that starts because my divorce with my husband, because they hear all these problems from the teacher. I don't know how the children at the class, they know Sally problem. How they can speak that general in front of all the children. That's also not good. So when they want to speak about the children problem, they should do it private, not in front of the other children. So they know everything about Sally, what happened. So they use this point to bother her always. Like, you are alone, that he do this and he do that, your mom. That's not fair. I want to mention Sally teacher before 2 years. Sally teacher, she helped the children to pulling my daughter at the class. She never stopped the children when they call her these things. Even if any child, he lose even pencil or anything, the first one they will ask, Sally, did you take it? Sally, did you take anything? So I go there and I speak with the teacher. The first thing she asked me, why you wear hijab? You are in Cyprus. She's not allowed to ask me that. I never ask anyone. I have so many friends, Christian friends in Syria. I never asked them why they wear clothes. I respect them I respect everyone. So they should respect me with my hijab, without my hijab. If I wear cross or I didn't wear, they will respect everyone. She's a teacher. She should learn that to the children, not to learn the children, why you wear that, you don't wear this. Even one time in the trip, when they took my children to the trip, I paid to my daughter for the, order for her food. So I ordered for her calamari because the other things, it's souflakia, khirino, and the Muslim, they didn't eat pork. So she ordered for her pork. Sadly, she told her, Kyria, I didn't eat pork. She told her, okay, take the pork from the sandwich and eat only the sandwich and the vegetables. But it's right. If you eat it, that he will not kill you. It's really nice. She's not allowed to ask my daughter what she should eat. Maybe she have allergy. Maybe she will kill her if she will eat that meat or this sandwich. Not because it's pork, I mean maybe she have any, problem. Health problem. So that teacher, actually, she treated my daughter very bad. I didn't respect her as a teacher or as a human because she didn't give my daughter anything good as a teacher. Sally, she was really good in the class. This year, Sally, even when she was read or writing, she was really fast. But from that time, Sally, when she read or she speak with the people, she start, I don't know the English word for that, sorry, excuse my English, but I will do my best. She so that's not fair. So the teacher actually, she didn't help at all. Not to me, not to my daughter, not even to the other Arab children in the class or in the school, Have their teacher, his name is, I don't want only to mention the bad point. In the same school, have one teacher, his name is Andreas. If I have something actually to do, I will give him the best teacher ever in the world. He was a teacher of my second daughter. He takes Sham, her name is Sham. He take her from the ground to the sky. She, in the 3 months, she's in the first in the class with everything. I cannot only say like have bad teacher, also have it's with my daughter, the children at the school, because the same class, he give, okay, I'm online again, I think. They bother her the same thing. They call her Kleftra, Pseftra, Musulmana, Eximarzmeni. They don't play with her. I try to speak with the head of the school. She's nice also. She speak to me. She tried to help to do her best, but I'm done with only speaking. I'm done with Daxi Rehab. Everything will be okay. Calm down. We will try to fix that. That he will never fix the problem at the school. Never. We should do something. We need action. We need help. We need psychologists. We need the people, like special people, to deal with the children who they are pulling at the school, who they feel alone. No one support them, and no one give them like the power to fight, to learn language, everything. Now my daughter, she when she go to the school, the first thing she wants. Morning, she said, Mom, do you think my day he will be okay at the school? I don't want to go. I don't want to have more problems. I don't want anyone to say to me, I'm not beautiful, I'm black, I'm Muslim, I'm Arab, why I'm here, why I'm in this country, why I didn't go back to my country. I believe they know why we are here in Cyprus, why we came here to Cyprus. They knows that. They should accept that, because they are only children. I don't mean me, the adult, I mean about the children. They should accept the children in the school. They should make like special class to make the children meet each other, speak together, like to be friends together. But that's, nothing happened. Like one child, he always bothered my daughter and he pushed my daughter from the stairs to down. They didn't do anything. Like they spoke with him, why you do that? Why you do that? Why you do that? But they never do action like Dimoria to him, or they call the parents, or they meet. I asked so many times, please call the parents. I want to meet the parents. I won't speak with the parents. They told me, you are not allowed to speak with the children or with the parents. Okay, so fix the problem. If I'm not allowed, so you allow. They didn't. I hear, because I'm volunteer of UNHCR, so I hear so many problems from the families, the Arab families at the school, that the girls who they are wearing hijab, when they play like gym, when they have like exam, they bother them always. They give them like, okay, you cannot do it, you are fool, you are stupid. So they make them really feel like they are nothing. I always hear that from so many families here in Paphos. So I hope from everyone, he can hear me, or he can do something, or he can fix anything, even small things, maybe can help those children. I want to say again, I didn't speak only about, my daughter, about what happened. I speak only about my experience here in Paphos, but I know so many children, they have the same, my daughter's situation. I know children, they cry in front of the door, they don't want to go in the school because they are afraid. They didn't have any support, they didn't have like any confidence to make them go, wake up in the morning with full energy to go to the school. Nothing. I want to speak about the support the children in the language. They give the children only one class in the week, 1 hour after the school, to help them with homework, with learn more Greek, but that's not enough. The children, they feel like they are in another planet, if you can say it. They sit in the class, they didn't understand anything in the class, nothing. They come back to the house, they have full homework, but they didn't know how they can do this homework. As a CARITAS here in Paphos, we help sometimes with the homework, but because, the lockdown and coronavirus, we stopped that from a long time. So the children, they have a big problem with these things also. They support the children, they take them in the school, during the school, sometimes to help them with the language, but also that's not enough. Not enough for the new children who they are arrived right now to Cyprus, and they register in the school and they start in the school. That as asylum seekers, they didn't receive no coupons, no benefit, nothing, so they cannot take any private lessons out. They cannot pay for private lessons. Also, I hope we can, do something, or we can fix that in the future. This year it's better, actually. In the school, I can say they start do small steps to fix these things, but also it's not enough. I understand it's about what happened last year and this year about the virus and the lockdown and the online problem. So many of the refugees, they didn't have no computers, no laptop, so they use the phone. The phone is really difficult with the Teams or the Zoom. They always have problems. My children also, they have the same problem. So last year, the children who they are passed for, for the high class, so they have a really problem. I hear from so many Arab mothers that I don't want my child, like if he's Bentin Daxi, to go to Echtin Daxi, because already they put him 2 classes down because he didn't speak Greek. So how he can pass this year and he didn't read very well Greek? She believed that he didn't, if he stay in the same class, that he will be better for him. So I don't know how we can deal with all this. The important point I want to mention now, that we should care about those children. Like now, the war in Syria, it's 10 years. If we said we don't know, maybe tomorrow the war will finish, or maybe after 10 years or 5 years or more, no one knows. So those children, they are the future of this country. So they should care about them, teaching, school, about them, how they, the psychologist, everything. Because if we leave them like that, they will be, really bad. No skills, no work. They will stay with nothing. So after you will say refugees, they didn't work, they didn't have nothing, they don't do anything for our country. Give them a chance. Give them a chance to give to your country the good thing. But if they didn't get this chance to fix themselves, them work, them school, them learning, them everything, how they can do it? How they can do it? I'm 37 years old because I didn't get the chance to go to the school when I was small. I get married when I was 16. So look, I fight very hard to keep my children in the same level with the other children, with clothes, school, teaching, private lessons, everything. It's really difficult. I don't want to my children or the other children, they have the same situation. Or maybe bad, or maybe they will go to the street and they have bad friends, they will have drugs, they will have the other things. The future, he will be like this for those children if we don't care about them in the school, especially, I mean the primary school, because from this level, you can start with them. After when they will grow up, it will be difficult. I mean the gymnasio or the liceo, especially the liceo. So that's what I want to say. I hope our voice, he can reach you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rehab. You're highlighting 2 points that I mentioned at the beginning, and the one is the need to ensure that there are active policies to avoid racism, xenophobia, and stereotypes. And that's not just for the children, but also for the teachers within the school. And these need to be active policies that are embedded within each school. There's also the need for more psychosocial support, as you've highlighted, and there's a need for more language and cultural support within schools, and that's something that needs to be intertwined within the school system. We're now going to hear from Dr. Eirini Rodosthenous from the Ministry of Education, who will talk to us from the Ministry of Education standpoint and room for improvement. Is Eirini here? Do we have Dr. Eirini Rodosthenous with us this morning?
Hi, Marcella. I think Dr. Rodosthenous is online. Let me just check.
Great.
Speakers.
Yes, I listened very carefully what Renat said. Do you hear me?
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes.
Okay. And I thank her for the details he provided. Renat, if you listen to me, I want to know that we're trying to improve our programs and in primary education. And I want to know that we respect everyone and want to help everyone. I hope to talk and I promise to do my best to help. Dear participants, it is a great honor to participate in this interesting digital conference regarding xenophobia and its impact on refugee integration. Cyprus Republic, and especially the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Youth, MOEXI, takes several measures for the needs of migrant students, hereafter referred to as students with migrant background. This term refers to children who are immigrants themselves or have immigrant parents, and their legal status might include citizens, residents, asylum-seekers, refugees, etc. First, in order to ensure that they all have the right to a free and an accessible education at all educational levels, Second, their quick integration into the educational system without any discrimination based on gender, abilities, language, color, religion, political beliefs, ethnic origin, or any other ground. In what follows, there is a presentation of the main points of the general policy adopted by Ministry of Education and Culture. In May 2016, the Ministry has officially adopted a policy document for the integration of children with a migrant background in the educational system of Cyprus. The policy document was published and disseminated to all schools. The Ministry has developed an anti-discrimination policy to tackle all forms of racism and to promote a culture of understanding and respect between all people living in Cyprus. During the school year 2015-2016, the Code of Conduct Against Racism was introduced to all public schools. Since then, we continue to implement the anti-racist policy, and we continue to organize activities for solidarity, for multiculturalism, and for respect of diversity. One of the aims of this policy is to create a culture of peaceful coexistence between all people living in Cyprus and prevent xenophobia through education. The new regulations for the operation of public secondary schools were issued in February 2017. They strictly forbid any discrimination attitudes against refugee and migrant children. The Ministry has recently developed and implemented an upgraded education policy. It developed an action plan with a variety of targeted actions through the prism of an intercultural approach, of anti-racist education, and of the methodology of teaching Greek as a second language. The policy focuses on 5 priority areas. First, learning the Greek language. 2, reception of newly arrived children with migrant background. Third, education and teachers in service training. 4, data collection and analysis of the needs of pupils with migrant background. And 5, intercultural approach in the new curricula. Furthermore, the Ministry continues to implement an anti-racist policy in all the public schools. The creation of a sensitization culture against racism and intolerance and the promotion of equality and respect is also an integral part of the curricula of various subjects: history, literature, modern Greek language, religious education. What follows is the current state of affairs regarding the integration of children with migrant background in the department, especially of secondary education, of Ministry of Education and Culture. They begin with a placement test examining the level of knowledge in the Greek language is distributed to children with migrant background in the beginning of the school year. Based on the score achieved, students are classified to the levels A1 or A2 of the Common European Framework of Reference for the Languages, CEFR. Placement tests or maths, biology, physics, and chemistry have been distributed during this academic year 22-21. They aimed to identify students' background knowledge in these school subjects and consequently to widen the primarily language-focused teaching support to include other competences and school subjects. A program of study syllabus with success indicators and a specific textbook was used based on the CEFR of languages. After completing this, the 2 years language support program, children fully attend the mainstream classroom and they can be accepted from certain subjects such as religious studies, ancient Greek, and French. Currently, 5 different programs for the teaching of Greek as a second language are running in secondary education schools and in state institutes for further education. Since September 2019, the various programs for the teaching of Greek as a second language are operating in 45 schools. Most of the children with a migrant background are integrated in transitional classes, 18 schools for 1 or 2 years. First, the intensive program in transitional classes. As far as the operation of the intensive program in transitional classes is concerned, children with a migrant background have the opportunity to attend Greek as a second language course with added elements of history and culture 14 periods per week. As a purely class, they are taught maths 7 periods per week, 3 biology, 3.5 English, and 2 music. At the second class, pure, students are taught 14 periods per week Greek, 6 maths, 3 physics, 1 chemistry, 2 English, and 2 music. They join with another Greek-speaking class in the computers, physical education, art, and domestic science classes. Program B, mixed teaching periods, are distributed as follows. 14 periods Greek as a second language, poor class, and 3.5 class A, and 3 class B, reinforcement teaching. Class A, 2.5 maths and 1 biology, and class B, 1 maths and physics, and half ministry and half biology. The rest of the examined course are attended in their regular sections, as well as some of the non-examined courses, for example, English, physical education, music. Towards this end, the timetable of the school unit was modified, and these children were accepted from evaluation in modern Greek, history, ancient Greek, religious studies, and French. B. The program for the teaching of Greek as a second language. Children with migrant background have the opportunity to attend Greek as a second language for 5 to 8 periods in gymnasia and 4 in lyceums and technical schools. The children participating in this program have the opportunity to be accepted from ancient Greek, religious studies, French, and core course history in the lyceums. 3. The educational program for unaccompanied minors, applicants of international protection in lyceums and technical schools. Unaccompanied minors or applicants of international protection have the opportunity to attend lessons of Greek as a second language, 14 periods per week in the technical schools and 16 in the lyceums, as well as core courses and workshops. These children stay in guest houses under the protection and guardianship of the social welfare services. They do not get a diploma. This special program for the education of unaccompanied minors in schools is offered in order to empower these children, especially in education, technical training, work and employment, access to basic services, and the active participation and social inclusion with a view to obtaining further education and professional qualification. And deputy head at each school has a responsibility for the program, and she attempts to safeguard reception and participation in school life. In addition, she has to enrich the effort of cultivation of the culture and of the consideration of the acceptance. D. The program at the State Institute for Further Education for Unaccompanied Minors applicants of international protection. As far as the program at the State Institutes for Further Education for Unaccompanied Minors applicants of international protection is concerned, unaccompanied minors applicants of international protection attend lessons of Greek as a second language and mathematics to unaccompanied minors in afternoon hours 4 times per week. The children stay in guest houses under the protection and guardianship of the social welfare services. The program for the intensive teaching of Greek as a second language in lyceums. As far as the program for the intensive teaching of Greek as a second language in lyceums, children with a migrant background that are enrolled in the first grade of upper secondary education have the opportunity to attend intensive lessons of Greek as a second language with elements of history and culture for 15 periods per week, as well as other lessons of general education for the acquisition of core knowledge. In order to support and train educational staff, this Chrystalla mentioned, in teaching Greek as a second language, teacher training occurs during programmed school visits by supportive educational staff, during afternoon and or morning seminars, during conferences, during distance learning seminars. All material from different trainings and guides is available online at the website of Cyprus Pedagogical Institute, CPI. More specifically, a Moodle learning platform was set up at the CPI website since 2019 in order to support educators' continuing training, facilitate networking among them, and help them better utilize existing teaching resources concerning the teaching of Greek as a second language. Many schools with children with migrant background participate in the project School and Social Inclusion Actions. The implementation of this project aims to support the population living below the poverty line or being at risk of poverty and social exclusion. Within the context of the project, participating schools can open their doors to their local communities in order to develop cooperation and synergy with all stakeholders to be able to successfully carry out their role. It is very important to note that Ministry put great emphasis in ensuring efficient communication with parents or guardians. Towards this end, Ministry has undertaken the following measures: preparation of the reception guide for children with a migrant background, first days at school; preparation of guide for parents, mediators available in 6 languages: English, French, Arabic, Russian, Bulgarian, and Romanian. The CPI website has a special section dedicated to the educational inclusion of children with a migrant background. The Ministry and the CPI promotes participations of students in a project co-funded by Asylum, Immigration and Integration Fund and Cyprus government in cooperation with CARITAS and Innovate that offers Greek language lessons to non-EU country minors as part of the measures to integrate asylum-seeking refugee and women and girls from migrant background into the education system, primary and secondary level. The project is titled Yahara. Lastly, the field of immigrant biography, based on a close observation on the specific program, aims to extend the intensive program to other schools if it is possible. It aims to offer the opportunity to these students to learn the Greek language as a first step and as a second and equally important step to enable them to get engaged with the culture of Cyprus. Having said that, one must always try to keep in mind that during the teaching process, the focus must be primarily on the student's cognitive background and also on the students' socio-cultural background. Dear participants, I would first like to thank you very much for your attention and your participation, given the difficult times that are currently challenging humanity worldwide. Lastly, and as a final quote, I would like to reassure you, as a representative of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Youth of Cyprus, that we are taking all necessary measures for promoting inclusion and for preventing xenophobia through education as a means to minimize its growing impact on refugee integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eirini, for that presentation. We can see that there are many policies in place from the Ministry of Education perspective or point of view, but obviously the theory sometimes is a little bit different from the practice, and we've spoken again about the practice initially. I want to move over to Elizabeth from CARITAS. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for joining us today. Elizabeth is the Executive Director of the organisation CARITAS, and she will talk to us a little bit about some of the practical challenges that we see. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Great. Good morning. Thank you to UNHCR also for organizing the conference and bringing together such a variety of stakeholders to talk about so many interesting topics. I think, access to education, it's an honor for me personally to speak on the topic of access to education. I think there are other more basic, perhaps, human rights, but really there are none that are as transformative as education. And I think the access to education is obviously affirmed in the Universal Declaration for Human Rights as a fundamental human right. And it's appropriate that we mention that today is actually International Human Rights Day. So we're on topic. I think the effectiveness of educational opportunities for migrant groups hinges on access and on a supportive enabling environment. And while meant to be inclusive and funded to promote explicitly integration, many forms of educational programming don't appreciate the complexities and the nuances that newcomers and those trying to acclimate to Cypriot society face. CARITAS Cyprus's experience is really at the grassroots level. And so what I'm planning to do today to contribute to the panel, which again has included a variety of perspectives, is to contribute, as Gosha, my colleague yesterday, did to the panel on benefits and welfare, to sort of share from our experience and our direct contact with thousands of beneficiaries who, one way or another, are trying to access either formal or informal educational opportunities. And in that way, to try and perhaps illustrate that access actually isn't easy, and that the support structures are actually absent. And perhaps we can identify ways to improve those things. I think the previous speaker spoke a lot about the formal educational process and access for children. And again, this is a very positive thing in Cyprus, that all children have access to schools. But that access is a little bit difficult, and in ways that maybe we wouldn't expect. I mean, registering in school is not impossible, but it requires filling out forms. It requires working in languages other than your own, and working in Greek, which can be prohibitively difficult. There's a formality that perhaps can make it a little bit off-putting for newcomers and for families. And I think as Chrystalla sort of mentioned when she said, there's the application process and then there's the fitting in process. And what we find is that, there is for children to flourish, they have to have a sense of place. They have to try, there has to be some place for them to fit in. And what we find is that on very practical things that are easy to fix, supplies, uniforms, access to activities, there is an inconsistency and in fact an insensitivity that I think Rehab, in her very moving description of her own family's experience, I think underscores how difficult this actually really is. Turning to more informal educational opportunities. I mean, there are a host of government or project or EU-funded courses or opportunities. The problem is that registering for these are also not easy. They assume a command of language. They assume easy access to documentation or some status. And they often assume access to technology. You have to send an email, you have to send a fax, you have to send a picture of your ARC book or your confirmation letter. These things are sort of barriers to participation that I think we underestimate, and that we at CARITAS see every day put people off of things that they might otherwise be able to take advantage of. Similarly, even registering for events and one-off activities, there are a host of, again, EU-funded or government-funded activities that people can take advantage of, but they assume literacy. They assume technology and email and access to Wi-Fi. They assume mobility, which is something that we all take for granted, that we get in our cars, but that's not the way it is. And oftentimes these sessions are advertised in maybe just in Greek, which is ironic when you're trying to reach people who are not completely integrated into the society. And they're organized really at times and in ways that are convenient for the organizers, but not necessarily for the potential participants. And so we do try, and not just we, I mean, there are other NGOs that try to fill the gaps here and to provide information about training, about education and other activities to try and demystify how you can get involved and to encourage migrants of different statuses to participate. And often this means providing the details in a simplified format and in a language that is understood. And unfortunately, it also often entails tempering expectations. I mean, what we find in practice is that there are some wonderful and visionary and innovative programs that are meant to make life easier or better for migrant populations, but oftentimes a lot of people are locked out of them. The University of Cyprus offered a fantastic initiative for Greek language learning that really, I think, made such a tremendous difference in the lives of the few who were able, because there is a cost involved and because there are few places. There was a program for high school equivalency for a population of unaccompanied minors who were at that age of graduation. Again, completely oversubscribed. I mean, I think they probably could have taken on 100 times of the number that they could. There are programs in Nicosia, and I know in other municipalities, the Polydynamo in Nicosia does a lot of activities after school for children, trying to keep them in touch with their own culture and language, but they are completely oversubscribed. And it's impossible to get newcomers in because they're already servicing populations that are in place. It is worth mentioning that there are projects out there. CARITAS participates in one, the ICT for Enabled Public Services for Migration, online platforms that are trying to help build these links between service providers and the migrant communities that might benefit. But it's an area that I think still needs some work. As I said, we have been working to improve and ensure access and to fill some of these gaps in a practical way. And what we find is that sometimes there needs to be less structure and a little bit more informality in the way that we use education, and it means different things to different people. I'll give some examples. For language learning, for example, what we found is migrant communities, particularly asylum seekers who have just arrived and are trying very desperately to get themselves accommodation, to get their benefits, to get a job. What we're finding is that, an English class that begins with the basics and does grammar and sort of works up is just not enough, and it's not fast enough. So we've developed, this was sort of before COVID, and we've made some arrangements since, but to do things like emergency English and survival Greek, not just Greek grammar, which is important, of course, and you have to backfill, and it's different for children than it is for adults. But a lot of adults just need survival Greek to be able to kind of get through their first few encounters and to get a little bit of confidence to make those interactions better. Cyprus has received a tremendous amount of French speakers recently in the asylum seeker category. And what we're finding is, for example, this distance of language inhibits very important things like healthcare. It's impossible for pregnant women, for example, to have a meaningful conversation with their OBGYN without vocabulary to do that. And so we've created scripts, if you will, for pregnancy, for baby care, for hospital and emergency visits, for calling an ambulance. I mean, what we found, again, to speak to the COVID thing is that language can become life-threatening when you can't call 1420 because there isn't someone there who speaks Arabic or French. It becomes quite difficult. Also during the COVID period, we are experimenting still with online language courses, which are very successful and can do wonderful innovative things like connect the British Council of India teachers with migrants in Cyprus to learn English. But they do highlight the inequalities of technology. Laptops and so even people with laptops and tablets may not have regular and consistent access to Wi-Fi. So CARITAS has also tried to, and again, not just us, there are other NGOs working to try and help with these, I think, what I would call collateral skills to help migrants better access other educational opportunities. Filling out forms is something that we're used to in our own cultures and in our everyday lives, but this can be a little intimidating to some. So things like form filling, CV building, CV skills, basic computer skills. We found that while most migrants of all categories are very familiar, they may have, the only thing that they have maybe that is modern or that they have brought with them is their telephone because it's their lifeline. But they still put them in front of a computer and they may not be able to navigate with a mouse, for example. So we've done some basic computer skills. Google Maps is another thing that is pretty important when you need to walk to places or take buses. And again, this is where language comes into place. For anybody who's tried to find an address of an IU something or other, knows that there are probably three different transliterations of that, and it can be very difficult. So we do a lot of that. And then we take advantage of targets of opportunity. If people come to us and are willing to offer a robotics for young children or a first aid for mothers with small children, we will take advantage of those educational opportunities just to try and, again, provide a variety of ways for migrants to get at. Again, it's loosely educational, but it's important. I'd like to just close with two lessons, I think, that I'd like us to think about or that have helped us a little bit, which is that the first is to think practically when designing any kind of educational activity, and to consider things like mobility and transport and timing and communication. How do you reach your target audience? It's distressing, I think, in a place where, I mean, there are lots of resources, but there are never enough. We find it disappointing when a really well-meaning, wonderful activity is undersubscribed only because the advertisement was only in Greek, or the timing was on a day when people couldn't make it because there was not an understanding of the demographic or the community that they were trying to reach. And then the second lesson, I guess I would point to, is to try and build in flexibility. And this is, to be able to change and to respond to needs. COVID pointed that out to us in some ways. But again, this is an area where, unfortunately, where so many of the programs are donor funded, it's difficult to be agile because donors, you design a program maybe 2 years before you're implementing it, and then you're stuck with an implementation schedule or an implementation plan that isn't serving you best. And so, flexibility is something that I think could help us all. So I will end there and thank you again and look forward to our discussions.
Thank you very much for giving us the perspective from an NGO where effectively you are helping people on the ground to access the services. I don't know, George, if we're going to go into questions at this point or move on to the next session.
Yes, I believe we have time for questions and answers because our second part of the day's events starts at 12:30. For which we will be required to follow a different link than the one we use for this event. However, since we have time, I think it's a good idea if we look at some of the questions or all of them that have been received so far today. Let me first say a big thank you to all the speakers who have contributed so far today, and special thanks to Rehab. We should never underestimate or take for granted the courage it takes for refugees to discuss their personal experiences. It is as difficult as it is for any one of us to talk about personal issues and experiences that might be hurtful. It is, however, needed in order to get the message through today. And as always, when a mom speaks, we should all listen very carefully. Thank you for your participation and your contribution. Let's have a look at a few of the questions that we have for our sessions so far today. Okay. So one question is, how does the ministry ensure that the code against racist incidences is implemented at the school level? Who may intervene when the school fails to take adequate measures to address racist bullying? Also, who is collecting data about xenophobic and racist bullying incidences? That's a question that maybe Dr. Rodosthenous is able to respond to. Dr. Rodosthenous, if you are still with us. Okay, so I think she's currently not online. Hopefully, we can talk about this at a later point during our event, or we can even address this question in writing and share with you later. Another question by Gosha has, and this is about our first session for the day. Has Labour Office considered incentives for employers to employ asylum seekers and international protection holders? Socrates, if you are with us. Let's see. Socrates is here. If you can just get on stage, Socrates, so that we can hear you.
Yes.
Hello again, Socrates.
Hello, George.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Please repeat the question because I was on the toilet for a moment.
Sure. So the question by Ms. Gosha Chrysanthou, Gosha works at CARITAS.
Yes,
has the Labour Office considered incentives for employers to employ asylum seekers and international protection holders? Incentives, motivation, or encouragement towards employers for the hiring of asylum seekers and refugees. Are there any measures or policies to encourage that on behalf of the Labour Office?
Okay, I can answer this question up to a certain extent from my position. The extension of the previous decree to include an increased number of occupations and sectors was done exactly for this reason, to provide more opportunities for asylum seekers to be employed, taking into account the fact that there were also some existing needs on behalf of the employers for needed staff, and also because we saw that with employment, as we described in one-time presentation, instead of waiting 6 months, okay, the decree now established only 1 month of waiting period. So I think these were some kind of measures that were taken on part from the ministry to assist, to help, to facilitate in a way the employment of asylum seekers. As far as programs or other policy measures, future measures, I'm not aware of, so I cannot say anything right now. What I can say is that we are very interested in this group because, as I say, through my experience here in Paphos, where a significant amount of migrants are residing, we see that this xenophobia and this reluctance, okay, that we encountered in the past years is not so much evident among employers in Paphos, speaking since I'm working here now. We have done, we have experienced an improvement in this area, and we hope that with continuous consultation and interaction of our officers with employers, but also very important is the collaboration with the local stakeholders, the municipalities, the MyHubs, the NGOs. We will achieve better results. Programs so far that we initiate, for example, from the ministry, we haven't, I don't know if we have any of those, but I can mention only that the programs that we have now, the incentives that we have right now, are also focusing on subsidiary protection of refugees. We have 3 plans right now that we operate in our department, in the Public Employment Services, the ministry. 2 of them for the 2 groups, subsidiary protection and recognized refugees. These incentives are given also to these 2 groups, as they are given also to Cypriots and Europeans. They give incentives, 60% of the salary for 10 months to employers to hire personnel. So it does not discriminate between these 2 groups. They can equally be eligible for these plans if certain prerequisites are there by the employer. So this is how the situation stands right now. Hello? I cannot hear you.
Sorry about that.
No,
Thank
okay.
you, Socrates. We have a couple of more questions for you. You are quite popular today. So our next question is from Manos Mathiodakis.
Yes.
Based on your daily experience with the refugee population, are there any suggestions from your end which could smooth out the procedures for approving contracts for asylum seekers?
Okay. The delay, smoothing the period. You mean? I think Marcos means the procedure. The procedure is relatively easy at the district offices. Okay, simply the asylum seekers, they have to register, and the employers that express a desire to hire a specific asylum seeker is being matched in the system, and we ask for the related documents. There is a little delay, I can say, at the central offices, in where all the applications are sent. There is a 3-member committee that is deciding about the approval to approve the employment of these asylum seekers. They take into account several factors. For example, they see the history of the employer. They see also terms of employment of other similar positions in order to eliminate any possible discrimination or exploitation on behalf of the employer. So there is a delay now. I said also in my presentation that we experience a delay also due to understaffing, but we try, my director and the management try to eliminate, to reduce the time that is needed for the approvals. Right now it stands at about 6 weeks. Our intention is to bring it down to less than a month. I don't know if I answered Martha's question.
Thank you, Socrates. If Manos has anything in addition, please free to post anything on the questions tab, and this goes for all participants. And next question: as the asylum seeker is shown employed in the system, his social benefits are immediately terminated, leaving with the prospect employee without any income. As he has no salary yet and his benefits have been terminated already. I think what Gosha is saying is that a person who secures employment, that's automatically put in the system, which means that they receive no benefits, whereas securing employment, that does not necessarily mean immediate access to income, because it will take some time.
I understand Gosha's question. In our system, the proper procedure that our officers should follow is that they should not indicate in the system that unemployment started unless the contract is sent to the district officers and is given to the employer. Only then we can show into the system that the employment commenced. What we have is that we matched the vacancy and the asylum seeker in the system. That matching is outstanding, and it requires the finalization of the contract to be sent to the district office and be given to the employer. Also, the terms of employment should also be sent to the asylum seeker to be aware of what are the terms of his or her employment will be. I think this is something that Gosha should also talk, and maybe we can also contribute to that, to the government agency or department that provides the benefit, to inform them that the benefit has to be interrupted, okay, or reduced only when there is a commencement with social security contributions of the employment of asylum seeker. We can talk about that. We are more than glad to discuss this problem and bring it over to the appropriate department, because we are not responsible for the benefits. We're just responsible for securing jobs to job seekers. So if there is a problem of this extent that happens with our officers in some offices, and is the critical factor that decides whether a benefit will be interrupted or not, we can talk about it, we can discuss it, and inform appropriately the departments. Because yes, this is right, the benefit should exist and be available to the recipient until he or she finds a job, commences a job with social security contributions. This is the proper and right way. So I think I will advise Gosha to get into contact with us through email or through a letter, write about this, and we're going to look into it.
Thank you so much, Socrates. We will definitely
Yes.
share contact details with CARITAS so that they can provide even more details. And it's a frequent issue when dealing with this type of administrative services, that we need more and better communication between relevant departments. I think it's a chronic issue that we are dealing with administration. And thank you so much for being willing to discuss this further. Let me see if
George, just a last sentence that I want to express.
Of course.
It was a very, so far it's a very good day as well as the first day, very productive discussion. I want to send a message to all the participants, either agencies or organizations or under any other hat, that all of us care about the integration and assimilation of these categories of migrants into our society. One thing that we have to take into account is that problems will never cease to exist. We will always have problems. The most important thing that we have to realize here, all of us, is that we must have positive thinking and be available to talk all the problems, have a constructive dialogue, and indicate all the problems. If we set up this and we know that every problem that we're going to encounter in the future, we're going to try to solve it in a better way, in the best way possible, this is actually the message that we also have to leave this conference with. Constructive dialogue, positive thinking, and the target is the same. I think it's common.
Thank you, Socrates, for your contribution. Thank you so much for being with us. We seem to have a few more comments regarding our education session from Ms. Maria Piccioli from the Ministry of Education. Adding to Dr. Rodosthenous' presentation, Maria mentions that the Pedagogical Institute has proceeded with the translation of school documents in different languages for primary and secondary school students with migrant background and their families. So from September 2020, a school has at its disposal all the important documents that have to be given to students and their families in English, French, Arabic, Russian, Bulgarian, and Romanian. If you have a look at our questions tab, you will see that Maria has also provided a link which you can use to access this material. And Maria adds that in order to support the whole school approach, especially in the reception phase, the Pedagogical Institute has published a reception and integration guide for children with a migrant background into secondary schools of Cyprus. This guide is also available on the same link, also provided by Maria in the questions tab. It's important to note that most of us are indeed aware of these initiatives on behalf of the Ministry of Education. I see Chrystalla has also posted it in the chat tab. It's important to note that it remains an issue how these are implemented, how different schools take advantage of such material and such initiatives for the betterment of the situation of children of migrant background in schools. And we are hopeful that we will see a more comprehensive approach and a more unified approach on behalf of the public school system when it comes to the implementation of such guides and initiatives on behalf of the ministry. Thank you very much to all our speakers for your participation so far in our conference and your contributions today. I would like to mention that in order to join the second part of today's event, all of you have received an email which contains the link for the second part of our event, which is going to be a very interesting conversation about the role of the media in the perceptions that we have about migrants and refugees. It's a very timely and interesting topic, and we are all looking forward to getting into that discussion. If you, for easy access to that, at 12:30, you can join us by clicking the link that is in your emails, but also available right now if you look on your right in the chat box provided by Cube Events. For any clarification or issues with connectivity, you can contact Panagiotis at 99806-827. And before we close, in order to gradually move on to our second part of the conference, I would like to ask if anyone, including from our speakers today, have any questions to ask, anything else to address to our participants, or any questions that you would like to ask to other speakers. Okay, I think we have covered most of our topics today. I see a comment from Elena Papamichail. Please see chat for my comments on the ministry's anti-racist policy. Let's get on chat to see Elena's comments. Elena Papamichail, the information on anti-racist policy in some of the languages it's available by the Pedagogical Institute might be useful for parents who are not aware of its existence. Yes, it's important that indeed information sharing is done in a way that all parents are informed about what is available and what material they can also use in order to become more familiar with the education system in Cyprus and what it can offer. So thank you so much, everybody, for your participation in the first part of our conference today. Please join us at 12:30 at the second part. Yes. No. So thank you so much, and see you soon at the second part of our event today. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our event. We are at our last session for the day and the last session of the conference. To me, one of the most interesting discussions and a very timely one, titled "The Representation of Refugees and Asylum Seekers in Cyprus Media." And before I introduce our first speaker, Emilia Strovolidou, the Assistant External Relations Officer here at UNHCR, who will guide you through and introduce you to the next session. Please allow me to inform that I have just shared with you in the chat box a few very useful documents related not only to this session, but our conference. You have the UNHCR guidance on racism and xenophobia, which was issued this year. We have the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan for 2020-2025. We have the Europe Integration Action Plan. And then we have a link to the official webpage of the government in Cyprus with the first edition of the new National Plan for Integration, which is still a work in progress. Although from what Michalis Base informed us, the consultation phase took place already, and several organizations have already submitted their comments and recommendations, including refugees. But still, if you can have a chance to have a look at the plan and offer your advice, recommendations, or any remarks that you have to the authors of the plan, that would be very useful. The plan, the draft is only in Greek. However, there are summaries and information about its contents provided in English on the webpage that you see on your right hand. And I encourage everyone to use this opportunity. It's something that we members of civil society can do in order to contribute to this effort. So for now, let's move on to our next session. Emilia, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, George, and thank you all for joining us today. For those of you who may not have attended the panel discussions that took place yesterday and today, this is the last but not the least of a series of important aspects of the refugee integration process. In the second annual integration conference, we have explored with a diverse set of actors, refugees, governmental and non-governmental officials, legal practitioners and activists, what's the refugee and migrant narrative and how this affects the integration prospects of refugees and their ability to participate as equal members in the society. As we have said, the timing for this conference could not have been better because it takes place at the time when a national integration plan is expected to be finalized by the cabinet and start to be implemented at the beginning of the year. The proposed actions focus on housing, empowerment of refugees through employment, education, vocational training, and fostering awareness and empathy in the society. Therefore, the plan is a step in the right direction, and we do hope that this conference will contribute to the introduction of a workable integration plan that will bring the desired results. Now, in the next hour or so, our focus will be on how the local media portrays asylum seekers and refugees and how this affects their integration process. Yesterday, we discussed at great length the prohibition of hate speech through international and national laws. And indeed, this prohibition applies to media outlets that can face severe sanctions if through their programs are found to incite violence or hate towards minority or other vulnerable groups of the society. But beyond the realms of hate speech, we will be exploring how media representations affect our perceptions, the underlying narrative, and consequently the ability of refugees to integrate effectively in the society. Well, as it is often said, the media can make or break a person, and in this case, it can make or break the lives of refugees, of asylum seekers, or migrants in general. Therefore, how refugees are represented in the newspapers, printed or online, in the radio or TV, has unavoidably and direct impact on how we, the local society, perceive them. And today's media landscape, as everywhere in the world, consists not only of the traditional media, but social media as well. And it's also the social media that shape our likes, dislikes, and perceptions. This is where literally everyone is or can be a journalist and can get out any news that they choose on any topic just by the use of their mobile. And this can be a good coverage, a fair and a balanced one that fosters public understanding, but it can also be based on misconceptions, spread information and messages that damage the image of a person, do not represent the reality, or even worse, incite hatred against the refugees and migrants. So as a way of introduction to the topic, please allow me to make a few remarks. A welcoming society is an extremely important parameter in ensuring smooth integration for refugees in any hosting society, because laws and policies must be in place. But if the local society is unwelcoming, no refugee will be able to call their new place a home. And many societies, including the Cypriot society, have a strong hospitality ethic, which can be of great benefit to refugees and migrants, and it is becoming of great benefit to refugees. However, many societies, including ours, have developed a mistrust or fear of the refugee or migrant living among them. And according to an opinion poll that we commissioned 2 years ago, the general feelings of Cypriots towards refugees, migrants, and the phenomenon of migration in general had been neutral to negative. And over the last couple of years, we have unfortunately observed an increased negative reaction from parts of the local community, objecting to the living of refugees or asylum seekers in their areas. For example, in the setting up of shelters for unaccompanied and separated children, as well as shelters for other vulnerable groups, citing fears for their personal or their family's safety or security. And this is a very worrisome trend. So, let's attempt to summarize the basic trends in the media and the political, of course, discourse on the refugee and migration issue from the press review that we do over the years, but also through our encounters with the people. To start with, reporting asylum seekers and refugees as illegal migrants or threat to security seems that has become normalized. At the same time, we should say that we see more references in the media now referring to irregular migrants as opposed to the derogatory term of illegal, but the dominant trend of referring to illegal migrants still remains. Also, over the last couple of years, it has been intensified in the political and public debate in Cyprus, as it has in other European countries. Other trends that we observe are statements made by politicians or the press presenting Cyprus as being swamped or flooded by refugees branded as jihadists or possible terrorists or as a threat to demographic changes of the island. The language used is stoking fear and is not conducive to fostering a welcoming environment, which is a prerequisite for the smooth integration of refugees. Another trend that we observe over the recent years and intensified is the focus of the narrative on the increase of the numbers and that Cyprus cannot cope. We see much being said and written on the return of failed asylum seekers, on the abuse of the asylum system by migrants who are not escaping war or persecution, being often branded as bogus. And much less talk is taking place as to the integration of those who cannot return to their countries of origin because their lives would be in danger, and much less talk on the use of the asylum system as opposed to the abuse, and the importance of the democratic institution of asylum for those who are persecuted and have no other choice than seek asylum in other countries. Another common characteristic in the media reporting is when an offense is perpetrated by a migrant or a refugee, almost always their origin or status is mentioned. And often this mention is made in relation to their religion or culture and generally in a manner that creates this impression that all the members of the refugee or the migrant community are to blame. And needless to say that this is not only unfair and unacceptable, but also counterproductive to the integration of refugees and migrants in their new hosting societies. Well, that is not to paint a completely bleak picture of the refugee media representation in Cyprus. We have seen, and there are good and positive examples, portraying refugees as resilient people and survivors as opposed to threats. But apparently, we need more of those to shift the narrative. And in this regard, I mean, what the narrative that we want, we may also need to ask ourselves, especially the media professionals, which articles do we consider as examples of good journalism? Are the stories that talk only about conflict, pain, and suffering good enough? Of course, such stories do sell and they can trigger compassion, which is, of course, important. But equally important is to showcase the resilience that the majority of the refugees show in displacement situation, the contributions that they can and do make in their hosting societies, either as a refugees or migrant. Therefore, it is pivotal in shifting the narrative to portray the individual stories or initiatives that showcase the refugees not as victims, but as survivors who, if given the chance, not only they can survive, but they can thrive. And I think we have an ample opportunity to do that, even in these extremely challenging times that we live, where we've seen refugees and migrants in many European countries, including in Cyprus, that have become part of fighting the pandemic, often as frontline workers, as cleaners, as nurses, as doctors, who are joining forces with locals against the common global health crisis. And we have seen this in Cyprus as well. We've seen refugees and migrants among the people who are storing the shelves of the supermarkets, delivering food in times of lockdown. And they are our refugee volunteers that we heard yesterday and today, trying to extend a helping hand to those in need, those that need it most, refugees and locals, despite their own personal difficulties. Now, addressing hate speech is a legal responsibility on the part of the media, but there is also an ethical responsibility on its part to foster public understanding. And to that end, it's important to ensure a fair and balanced media coverage of refugee and migrant issues. Following extensive consultations between UNHCR and the Media Ethics Committee 5 years ago, the Code of Ethics, the Cyprus Code of Ethics, was enriched in 2015 with the addition of specific extensive guidelines to the media on how to report on these issues. This enrichment was by and large a replicate of the example of the the good example of the Charter of Rome and followed the recommendations made by Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. While these are guidelines and do not have the force of law, I think this enrichment created new opportunities on which, of course, we can build further upon if consider this necessary. For example, recently the committee issued positive decisions following a series of complaints regarding the representation of the migration stroke asylum in a segment of the press with sensational titles stoking fear like Cyprus is brought to its knees, they will swamp us, we cannot cope anymore, and referencing inaccurate statistics and stoking fear and prejudices. The committee found those articles to violate clauses of accuracy and discrimination enshrined in the code, and in certain cases they were also considered as falling within the scope of hate speech. However, in other instances, similar coverages were considered to amount to exaggeration, stoking fear, but not necessarily reaching the threshold of hate speech. But of course, we'll hear more on these issues by the Radio Television Authority as well as by the Media Ethics Committee on their respective power to correct the narrative with due respect always to the freedom of the press. So we are ready now to open the floor to our guest speakers. Allow me to introduce all of them. We will start with Mrs. Marcella. Miss Marcella is an author of children's books talking about diversity, acceptance, and inclusion. She's of an Iraqi Egyptian origin, a trained engineer who once owned a media company, and for the last 5 years, she lives in Cyprus as a refugee. Right after Mr. Kyriakos Pierides, a renowned journalist in Cyprus and with many years of experience with programs aiming at raising awareness on refugee and migrants, will take the floor to give us his take on how Cyprus media represents refugee and migrant issues. And then we'll pass the floor to Dr. Antigoni Themistokleous from the Cyprus Radio Television Authority. And right after Ms. Elli Kotzamani, another renowned journalist in Cyprus, who is today with us in her capacity as the president of the Cyprus Media Complaints Commission. Both Dr. Themistokleous and Mrs. Kotzamani will present the role of each institution in addressing inaccurate reporting or misrepresentation or fake news, as well as hate speech in the media, and generally how the two institutions are promoting fair and accurate reporting. Remember that you can pose your questions or observations or suggestions on the question column, and we will attempt together with George to answer and comment once all speakers finish. Thank you all, and Marcella, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emilia. Thank you all to give us this chance to discuss our responsibility, social responsibility, to try and improve the clear, peaceful environment for refugees at hosting countries. First of all, I'm Marcella, Iraqi Egyptian, kids storyteller, and I'm 5 years recognized refugee now in Cyprus. Thank you because you really care to find solutions for some troubles appeared recently, and because of our real respect and love for the hosting countries, we trying to find way to keep the safe or the peaceful at our life. Depending on my past experience with media, I can say the power of the media message depends on the, for sure, honesty, timing, and how and when to say the truth or the rules. As we're relating with human minds and emotions, somehow guiding the common mentality or attitude. So actually, I saw there are unfortunately, by maybe we can say by good intentions, let us say that, the media message failed with 2 points. The first is generalization, which I mean the main title for refugees, for everyone, that leads as a stereotyping image or a prepared judgment for anyone. It's not truth, or it's not exact what we have on the fact, because it's a huge or number, or all of these people came from different backgrounds, depends on their education, society, religion, and even the reasons of migration. So it's a logic to treat them all as the same. They have different needs and different seeks. That guides us to the other point. We need a real classification. Depends on all of these, the reasons or the background or their experience, their ability to be positive at the hosting countries. Actually, I can see that like we have table or we have restaurant and we put the same additions on the on different dishes of different meals. That will never help anyone. We can't treat all of them as the same, or we can't put the same title over all of them. Basically, we have 2 types of migrants. Temporary reasons, like economic or the war. One time their problems will finish and they're looking to back to their homelands. And the others, for different individual reasons, they should be, or they will be pyramid migrants. So they have to get treatment to prepare to be involved with the new society. If I can give an example, all of us, we know it. At the beginning of the previous century, at the age of, or the time of World War, we know there were plenty of European refugees at the Mediterranean countries or at USA. For example, Greek or Italian at Alexandria, Armenians at Iraq or Syria or Egypt. That time maybe we hadn't, I mean the world, we hadn't powerful international organization to help or support. But the society acceptance adopted them respectfully, taught them the local language, so they could create normal lives with their families, even when their troubles finished and they leave for any reasons. They still, both sides, they still keep until now, let us say, warm memories for this time. They put their culture test on these towns, and I think it's healthy for all the nations' life to match together positively. The media message focus what I say. One comment about the previous point. That example show us all the nations during the history age needs each other. So let us help to match positively and respectfully, anywhere, anytime. And what I wanted to say also, yes, the media message, what I saw commonly, unfortunately, focus on negative things. Maybe they didn't mean that, but because of the problem appear on the surface, for example, always they focus on the financial needs of the refugees, not on their works needs. They are normal human beings. They want to create their life and they have expenses. So instead to focus on their financial needs, focus on their works needs. And the other point, publish too much. I couldn't see even 1 or 2 times per month about positive case. Serious self-made businessmen or families respectfully created their business here and or any hosting country, and they created or supported the economy, the general economy, offered jobs for different nationalities. They didn't choose 1 or 2, but we find many of news about personal behaviors past limits or breaking laws that give a really negative message for both sides. Because sometimes even at the refugee side, when they feel they are not welcome, they don't feel they get the stability they expect, that reflect somehow negatively or neutrally with the society. We don't want that. We will not be happy about that. So it's the media responsibility have to call or send a message for both sides to show them their duties, not just their rights. It's double responsibility sides. Finally, I want to ensure for important points, shortcuts. Number 1, the bad or unaccepted behavior. It's already unaccepted by all of us. It doesn't mention or shows nationality, culture. And all of us, we have to be serious to correct that. The number 2, the origin citizens, they have to show their respect for their country's law. So they guide the foreign to do the same. If they break their law or try to find indirect way, so what is the message you give for the migrants? They will make the same. Number 3, as I said before, the media message have to treat both sides to show their responsibilities, to create balanced, responsible community, not one side message or one line treatment. Mm-hmm. And believe me, all of them, temporary or permanent, for different reasons, when they left their area or their homelands and they back, or they came, they expect better rights or better life. At least they expect respect. The last words, if I can say from me personally, give them, I mean both types, give them a chance. Give them a chance to correct or save their life. Give them a chance to learn from your culture, and let them put their taste. That will enrich the culture everywhere and the nation's life, as I said before. If they are pyramid for their cases, they will be positive, responsible citizens at the future, or their families. If they are temporary and they will leave when their reasons finish or stop, they will back to their homelands with your effects and your culture, warm memories and friendships. That's all what I can say. My regards and many, many thanks for your attention and giving this chance to share you this historic social responsibility. God bless all, and I hope that nature sides can find a way to update the tools, because the world changing every year, not just every 10 years. Imagine the mentality changes the input. So we have to be modern or be updating with the matters appeared in on the world. All the best for all the hosting countries and refugees, the pyramid or temporary. I hope all be safe with this time of Corona or any other reason. And let the love speak now.
Thank you, Marcella. Thank you very much for your insight. Very useful overview from your end, drawing the different needs and profiles between refugees and migrants, and distinction that is often lost in the narrative. Also, your historical references to Second World War refugees, reminding us that only when we come together and support each other, we can find solutions. Also, your focus on the negative stories, it was very pertinent and very useful, especially because it comes from a perspective of a person from the community itself. And you are in a better position, I believe, to show that you and other members of the community have been affected by this very narrative, and your end message: give them a chance to correct this and save their lives, to learn from your country and enrich the culture. I think this is very important to keep in mind, because what the discussions have shown this today is that we really need a frank and public discussion on cultural diversity and inclusion in Cyprus, and portray the benefits of diversity. Thank you again, and now I will pass the floor to Mr. Pierides. Mr. Pierides, are you here with us to share your media professional experience over the years, and to what extent you think the media shape our perceptions in refugee and migrant issues and policies? Thank you. Hi, Kyriakos. Hi.
Good afternoon to all of you. Emilia, thanks very much for this opportunity to share our views. We're very good friends and professionals in journalism, as well as people who are for a long time engaged in migration policies. I will stand in 5 key issues in contemporary journalism and the situation in Cyprus, and I would like to share my personal experiences with you while trying to establish a better understanding on how to cover migration as a phenomenon in the Cyprus society, and how to address very, very sensitive issues in relation with the lives of all those people, migrants, asylum seekers, recognized refugees in Cyprus. We have the experience of implementing several projects during the last 10 years. One of them is titled AWARE, a very well-known as an anti-racism campaign co-funded by the European Asylum, Migration, Integration Fund. But at the same time, through this project, we have the ability to contact with many, many parts of the society, and especially the journalistic community. Journalists are people responsible on how to deliver the message to the public opinion. And I would say that one of the key points to be addressed, and it's coming every time we have the chance to cover migration issues, is the fact that we are living in a polarized society, a society in Cyprus which is either well-educated, a part of it, and ready to receive these people, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and they are able to show tolerance and respect. This is the one part of the society, and the other part is the part which is not ready, and they are actually and they react badly against refugees and migrants. We are living in a polarized society, and this is a result of the heavy influence we are experiencing, especially from the political sphere of our society, the political life, and the way politics are conducted in Cyprus in relation with migration issues. What I'm saying that journalism is heavily influenced by the political sphere and the political agenda. The political agenda of either the political parties or governments or several parts of the society who are the decision makers on migration issues. And this is clearly what we are experiencing for 10 years now. I am in the field of journalism for many, many years, and I would say that the fact that we are not able to overcome these polarized attitudes between those who are ready and those who are not ready and they react badly is not improving in the last 3-4 years. Why we have this situation? Because as it is also the fact in many European societies, migration issues are key challenges for the recipient societies, and they are part of daily politics. It's not in relation with the strategies and the need to integrate these people, but it's part of their current politics. Many times we are experiencing interlinkages between migration policies and other aspects of life. And this is the case of what we are experiencing in Cyprus. For example, migration issue is interlinked with other challenges of the society, like the continuous conflict in Cyprus. I'm talking about the political division of the island and the fact that we couldn't be able to overcome the political division of the island for many years, almost half a century. And when we are trying to deal with a problem which is coming from the past and we are not able to overcome it, we are mixing, we make a mix-up of contemporary challenges like the migration phenomenon, and we cannot come out with a clear view and the strategy how to address this problem. So the one point is that we have a very polarized society, and the second point is that we have a heavy influence of political rhetoric and the political agendas. The third part of our challenges on the journalistic field is the fact that even mainstream media are often victims of this fake news or misleading information in relation with migration policies. So it's not only an isolated problem in what we experience, for example, in social media or individual posts or beliefs among ordinary people, but it's a reproduction of what we have as misleading information in relation with migration policies coming from mainstream media. And this shows how important it is to find a way to establish a reverse situation among journalists. This was not the case 5 years ago, or even during the financial crisis of 2013. What we experienced from 2016 onwards is something which is not a routine situation. It's not a business as usual. We have a trend towards nationalism, towards popularism, which has great influence on journalists themselves. The final point I want to mention is the quality of journalism. Through the experience we have for 10 years now, I can say definitely that a number of journalists are well engaged in migration policies. They have a very good understanding of the complexities of this phenomenon. They understand clearly what is at stake when we are talking about a huge influx of asylum seekers coming to the island in recent 3 years, but they can understand what is actually the real problem of the situation on the ground. They know the weak parts of the migration chain from the early stages of the reception of these people until the next stage, which is to provide them with the necessary tools in order to find their way and start reorganizing their life in the Cyprus society, and they understand what is the meaning of implementing integration policies and facilitate their life. And at the same time, we have the other part of journalists who are not aware of what is happening, and they are just reproducing easily without double checking or without even getting deeper into the problems to understand what is happening, for example, in Purnara Reception Center or in Kofino or in the inner cities, in Nicosia, in Limassol and other cities, where people are there almost abandoned and trying to find ways out of their daily problems, such as the serious problem they are facing with housing, etc., etc. So it's a matter of quality of journalism. If you want to address the problems of these people and just reproducing political agendas or whatever is related with the current rhetoric against these people. I would say that pandemic and the situation among media make things worse, because many of mainstream media lack professional staff. They are just hiring people running behind the daily stories. There is a huge competition between media, and we have a lot. And we have also the online media, some of them which are not mainstream. They are just finding way to create impressions among people, just to gather some more likes and shares, and without paying any attention to the real life or people and how much this life is affected. So I would say there is progress among parts of the society, but not for the society as a whole. Secondly, we have more temptations among politicians to recourse to populist approaches. We have the reproduction of these views from media and even mainstream media, which creates additional problems because they consider this news as accurate. And we lack the understanding of what is happening in the ground, especially during the last 4 years, in which we are experiencing a considerable number of influx of people who are coming to Cyprus because they have no other choice due to the situation created in the whole Europe. You know, the corridor from Turkey and Minor Asia sea corridors are closed after the agreement between EU and Turkey, and that these people are trying to find other ways to reach Europe, and one of these corridors is now Cyprus. This is my input, Emilia. I want to touch on crucial issues, because otherwise it's like trying to hide the problem instead of addressing the challenges we have. And I believe we need to do much more in order to have more accurate journalism and more quality of journalism when we address migration issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kyriakos. That has been extremely useful and highly appreciated, because you've touched, crucial issues like in the polarized context of the society that reflects on the media narrative and work. And I think I would agree very much with you that much more is needed in terms of trying to find ways to correct the narrative to the extent possible, and working closer together with media, ensuring media diversity, perhaps having more voices in the discourse. As a way to try and address this polarization. Okay, thank you very much for this. Stay with us, because I'm sure we'll be having some questions to address later on. And now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Antigoni Themistokleous from the Cyprus Radio Television Authority.
Hi. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I think that you can hear me?
Yes.
Clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start. I will try to be quite brief so that we have the opportunity to discuss the issues later on with the Q&A answer. I will not discuss the fundamental knowledge regarding the symbolic power and the importance of the symbolic power of the media and their power in constructing realities, shaping opinions, building or deconstructing stereotypes. These are issues that have been extensively studied in the literature of the media. So I will rather focus on how policymaking tries to protect and educate democratic ideals, and in particular, how it attempts to empower humanity and society against xenophobia, intolerance, feelings of hate, of hatred, or acts of intolerance. I purposefully use the word that policymaking and regulators try to protect society, because I feel that there is always room for improvement. So as much as we do, I believe that we can do even more to protect our society and to empower humanity to understand the situation. So my presentation is constructed in 3 parts. For those that are not very much aware of the work of the Cyprus Radio Television Authority, I will briefly discuss its mission. Then we will review the regulatory provisions that are relevant to our topic of discussion, and then I will present a case study, and I'll give you some more examples on the operation and the work of the authority. So, Cyprus Radio Television Authority is an independent regulatory authority which was established in 1998 in compliance with the European regulations. It is responsible for licensing private audiovisual media service providers and for monitoring the content of these providers. And it further has partial jurisdiction over the public service broadcaster. This is translated as the authority has certain jurisdictions and responsibilities on monitoring the content that is broadcast by the public service broadcaster. The authority is institutionally and constitutionally separated from ordinary bureaucracies, and it is also constitutionally separated from and outside the direct control of elected politicians, and this is to empower the authority to act independently. So since its establishment, the Cyprus Radio Television Authority has sought to safeguard compliance with the regulatory provisions to efficiently and effectively regulate audiovisual media services and to protect the public interest, ensuring that all audiovisual media services in the Republic of Cyprus exhibit in their broadcast the utmost respect for fundamental human rights, democratic principles, and among them we refer to tolerance, acceptance of the other, of the different than us. Within this context, the authority pays particular attention on avoiding xenophobic sentiments, preventing negative feelings towards refugees and immigrants, avoiding discriminations on the ground of race, ethnicity, religion, or social background. So the works of the authority also seek to restrain intolerance and hate speech and to encourage social inclusiveness. In order to achieve these objectives, the Cyprus Radio Television Authority depends on the regulatory provisions that clearly and straightforwardly provide for the aforementioned and support the work of the authority to fulfill its objectives. So if we review the very precise regulatory provisions that are implemented in the operation of the CRTA, we have the Radio and Television Broadcasters Law of 1998, and I would like to know that this is the law that the authority uses in order to monitor the compliance of private audiovisual media service providers with the regulation. Article 30 of the aforementioned law provides that media service providers that fall within the jurisdiction of the Republic shall prohibit from broadcasting programs which contain any incitement to hatred on grounds of race, sex, religion, or nationality. So this is clear, and it couldn't be clearer. I think that the media should respect all individuals and should not broadcast any programs that contain incitement to hatred. And it is important to emphasize the word incitement to hatred. So even if there is even the possibility that some expressions or some messages may cause this hatred or may create feelings of hatred towards the other, this is prohibited. We also have Article 26.1, which reads that the broadcasters should respect the ideals of democracy and human rights. So accepting the others, showing tolerance and understanding are considered among democratic ideals. So this is the first legal corpus that the authority uses. And then we also have the radio and television stations regulations of 2000. These are, again, the regulations that are used in monitoring the compliance with the regulations for the private audiovisual media service providers. And then regulation 25.3, paragraph 3, section A, that refers to the language in the broadcast, prohibits the use of language in any manner which may offend against the sensitivities of religious, social, racial, political, or other social groups. So there are the regulatory provisions to empower the authority to regulate in an effective way, in an effective manner, the content. It is important to stress that this topic, the incitement to hatred, prohibition of the incitement to hatred, is one of those topics that the Cyprus Radio Television Authority has jurisdiction over the public service broadcaster as well. So the public service broadcaster is partially regulated by the authority, and the authority has power over a number of topics, a limited number of topics, such as the protection of minors, the regulation of audiovisual media, of audiovisual commercial communications, the product placement, the monitoring of European works. So it is important to stress that this topic is one that is that the authority has jurisdiction over the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation, and in particular, Article 18b of the law of the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation provides that the corporation shall be prohibited from broadcasting programs that contain incitement to hatred on grounds of race, gender, religion, or nationality. So the legal, let's say, the legal instruments are there and can be implemented and used in order to protect the vulnerable social groups. There are also some further regulatory provisions regarding the regulation of the content of mostly private audiovisual media service providers that are more flexibly related to the topics, and they are broadly referred to issues of the quality of the program. So I will not focus on this because these are, let's say, secondary provisions that we use. What we mostly use in the daily operations of the authority to monitor the content are the regulatory provisions that we have reviewed. Next, I would like to discuss a particular example. Unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, there is not any research done by the authority or by any other institution or any meta-analysis on how refugees and asylum seekers are portrayed and represented in the Cyprus audiovisual media. I am aware of a research, but this research refers to the Cypriot press. So as the authority does not have any jurisdiction over the press, I will not discuss this research. So the broadcast of a very popular talk show, Tete by the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation, almost 4 years ago, it was in 2016, in March 2016, created tension in society and reaction on behalf of the society and of other institutions and NGOs. So this program was broadcast 4 times actually. And the Cyprus Radio Television Authority examined 2 different cases, one for Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation Channel 1 and the second for Channel 2. During the show and the interview of a popular Greek singer, there were expressions that were considered racist. So when the authority examined the audiovisual material, decided that there was a violation of Article 18b of the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation. Sorry. It is also important to know that the program was not broadcast live, and although the corporation was called not to broadcast that particular show, since the trailers released in advance could be considered as clear indications of the content of the program as a whole. Regardless of this, the corporation proceeded with the broadcast not only once, but 4 times. So in total, the authority examined 2 different cases, as we mentioned earlier, one for Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation Channel 1, in which there were 3 broadcasts of the same show on 3 different dates, and and there was a 4th broadcast of the show by Channel 2. As per the usual procedures that the authority follows, the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation was asked to express its opinions and statements regarding the accusations and the potential violations of the law. The CYMBC argued that the statements of the singer do not incite to hatred on the ground of race, ethnicity, or religion, and it also stated that the freedom of expression, the free movement of ideas, and the expression of all points of view prevail in the operation of the corporation, and the center of the attention of the CYMBC, and what is the role expected by the corporation to perform in society, is that it focuses on the distribution and dissemination of all different opinions, and that the promotion of pluralism is at the center of the operation of the corporation. So the Cyprus Radio Television Authority rejected all the arguments expressed by the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation and expressed their surprise by the arguments expressed and the statements expressed by the corporation. The authority considers that in a public discussion aired by the public service broadcaster, expression like these peoples referring to immigrants rape our home country, and that these people, again referring to the immigrants or asylum seekers, put forward a process of Islamification of Greece. The authority could not see how these statements empower them or indicate the freedom of expression of any individual. The authority reminded the CYMBC that it should perform its task and social role within the relevant EU legislation. Of course, the authority acknowledges the fundamental right of free speech that is guaranteed by the Cyprus Constitution, by the European Convention of Human Rights, different Universal Declaration. However, the CSICY also emphasizes that this fundamental human right of free speech is always performed in certain context, and within this context, the principle of respecting the audience is very important, and also the authority underpins the responsibility of the corporation to prevent the broadcast of any program that incites to hatred, let alone again when these programs are aired by the public service broadcaster. The authority further argued that it always balances the interests at stake when it examines any controversial material. It balances the interests at stake. And at this case, on the one hand, it was the right of the singer and the right of the journalist to free speech. And on the other hand, it was the right of the audience not to perceive, not to receive any messages that promote hatred or intolerance, especially in the context of public discussion. The authority argues that Singer's statement targets entire social and religious and racial groups. They were characterized by a generality, and this generality may encourage or create favorable conditions for actual or potential or even potential violence against those groups, and this is something unacceptable in a democratic and liberal society. So the authority decided that there was a violation of Article 18b of the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation law, and just for general information to mention that the authority decided for a financial administrative penalty for broadcasting this kind of content. There was 21,000 euros of financial penalty for the 3 shows that were broadcast by Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation Channel 1, and an additional 5,000 financial penalty for the single broadcast of the show by Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation Channel 2. What is more important than the financial penalty is the argumentation in the decisions of the authorities. This argumentation illustrates the rationale and the philosophy that supports the decisions of the authority, and that underpin the whole examination of controversial material by the regulatory agency. I have included in the slides the links of the decisions of the 2 decisions of the authority. However, the decision is only in Greek, and this is what I would like to share with you. This is not the only one example. There is another one example, however, I cannot get into much detail because it is still under examination. But what I can say is that there was a complaint against the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation for the broadcast of a reportage in the context of news bulletin 2 years ago in August 2008, and that was a reportage on the regarding the reactions of the residents at the area for the Center for Unaccompanied Children. Also, what I would like to add, and this is my final comment, is that the authority examined numerous decisions, and I vividly remember some examinations in 2007 against private station, against Sigma for broadcasting one soap opera Cypriot series where there were messages of incitement to hatred against social groups and prejudices on the ground of ethnicity and religion. So the CRTA is there for the public and tries to support the inclusion of refugees and of immigrants in our society. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Themistokleous, for navigating us to the work and objectives of the regulatory provisions and sharing the precedent case in the case of Sfaganakis that was also explored and examined by the Ombudsman and other institutions, and I believe is still in court for some reason. Yes.
Basically, there was an appeal by the Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation, but what I would like to stress here is that the administrative court, I think this is the Διοικητικό Δικαστήριο now, does not examine the
merits.
Not the merit. It just examined whether the whole procedure that the authority followed was in compliance with the administrative laws. So basically, the context and the content cannot be judged by any court, because indeed the authority is independent.
Okay.
So, yes.
And we'll keep from your presentation that the legal instruments are there, yes, and can protect the refugees and migrants and other vulnerable groups. I mean, the case with Sfaganakis and his appalling, indeed, comments was indicative of how the authority balanced the freedom of the press on the one hand and the protection of the human rights of the refugees and asylum seekers on the other hand. Perhaps in the discussion afterwards, we could address the limitations and constraints that you feel may be there in the implementation of the regulatory provisions. Thank you indeed, and now we can move to Ms. Elli Kotzamani, the president of the Cyprus Ethics Committee, for her take, for her insight. Hi, Ms. Elli.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
We cannot hear you very well.
Can you hear me now better?
Yes, now loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I must say that being the last speaker in this two-day conference is a privilege, but also a disadvantage. I ask for everybody's patience. I'll try to be brief and give some more time to discussion later on. First of all, I'd like to thank the UNHCR Cyprus for the invitation. Personally, Emilia Strovolidou, it's an honor and of course of big interest for me to take part at this conference and this session. And what we heard earlier today justifies what I say. First, I would like to say that it would be useful to start with, for the purposes of this debate, to introduce you to the commission I represent here today, Cyprus Commission of Media or Journalistic Ethics, in the model of respective committees and authorities in Europe and other countries, named in English the Cyprus Media Complaints Commission. If I can share, okay. So, who we are? The Cyprus Media Complaints Commission was established in May 1997 by the Association of Newspaper and Periodical Publishers, the owners of private broadcast media, and the Union of Cyprus Journalists. The Cyprus Broadcasting Corporation, which is operating under public law, as added to the regulations governing the operation of this commission 6 months earlier. In 2015, the constitution of the commission was amended unanimously to include the Cyprus Online Publishers Association, and the last amendment of the constitution of the commission was agreed upon 2 years later to expand the number of its members, today 17 in total, 5 of them representing the so-called Society of the Citizens. I should stress at this point that members of the Commission are professional journalists named by those forming the Commission, also academicians, legal advisors, and other people dealing with matters of the media. Our commission is a founding member of the Alliance of Independent Press Councils of Europe, AIPSE, established in 1999. And AIPSE is the network of independent press and media councils in Europe and beyond, and also a network, loose network of independent content regulators for the both press and broadcast media. What is the role of the Cyprus Media Complaints Commission? It would be right to stress at this moment that the role of our commission is not to regulate content in the media. It is to safeguard the implementation of the Code of Media Journalistic Ethics. We are a self-regulatory body and as such promote self-regulation by journalists and media via our code, which is part of the constitution of the Union of Cyprus Journalists, recognized by all the media in Cyprus, and in the law governing the press in Cyprus, as well as the operation of the Cyprus Radio Television Authority. For the truth, correct information, and the rights of the citizen and the journalist, this was the motto included in the founding declaration of the Commission. Now, the Code of Practice of the Commission covers topics as accuracy of information, the right of rebuttal and the right to privacy, contact of human pain and grief, obtaining information by beauteous means, copyright, perception of innocence of suspects and accused people, sexual offences, protection of children, discrimination. How does the Commission work? The founding declaration, as well as the Constitution, declare that the Commission receives, deals with, and decides upon complaints about alleged violations of the code by a journalist and/or the media. It also issues, within the spirit of the code, interpretations of the code's guidelines. Exceptionally, the Commission may deal on its own initiative with a case which may constitute a breach of any clause of the code because of its importance and seriousness. I would also like you to note that the Constitution of the Commission also states that it is not entitled to impose any penalty or to adjudicate compensation. Then decisions and findings of the Commission are published. The journalist or the media found in a decision for breach of the code have an obligation to publish the relevant decision, but only up to their only publication of the decision. The Commission, the Code of the Media Ethics of the Commission, under the Article 11, shares what we are discussing today regarding the safeguards against xenophobic and anti-migrant coverage. Here is what the Code of Media Ethics states verbatim at Article number 11 and under the title Adverse Discrimination in Connection to Xenophobia. The media avoid any direct or other reference against a person which contains elements of prejudice based on race, color, language, religion, political or other beliefs, national or social origin, property, age, sexual orientation or other status, including physical or mental illness. Furthermore, The code prohibits the expulsion of individuals or groups of inadmissible. This is as inadmissible. This is a provision that covers individuals and groups or subgroups of different racial, ethnic, linguistic, and religious characteristics, as well as characteristics related to personal status, including personal data. As written, these qualities refer to the right to diversity of the individual, which must be recognized in practice and respected by all. Apart from the Code of Media Ethics, the Commission also issued some years back interpretative guidelines for journalists and media against anti-migrant coverage, hate speech, and stereotypes targeting migrants and refugees. This is a 4-page, very detailed paper, which was forwarded to journalists and media. It was the result of discussions in local and global level on the guidelines of the International and European Federation of Journalists, as well as IPSE, and agreed upon with the Commissioner, the Office of the Commissioner of Administration, the Ombudsman of the Republic of Cyprus, bearing the title Declaration of Media Ethics Principles Against Racism and Xenophobia. The guidelines addressed in very detailed manner issues related to migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, and victims of trafficking, and allow me to study some examples. An example of creating prejudice by the media is the reference to ethnic and racial background when these qualities are not an essential element of the news. Emilia mentioned this earlier on. This practice is observed mainly in news reports referring to crimes or offences, or for any other reason negatively reflecting on individuals or groups in which the ethnic and racial origin, or simply the fact that the perpetrator or the victim is not a Cypriot, are highlighted as primary element of the news. Here's another example of these guidelines we are talking about. Xenophobic statements are often published and broadcasted because in many cases they come from the lips of officials, as has often happened in live discussions or assertions made by members of the public, usually without contradiction or other point of view. We must admit that there has been significant improvement in the way journalists and the media in Cyprus adjust to the key guidelines of the Commission to this extent. But as a professional, closely following on the news coverage and media ethics, I admit that despite long efforts by all relevant authorities, we still experience violations and there's still a long way to go. This particular guideline I'm referring to has a part 2 as well. If you are a presenter on a TV or radio show, be prepared to intervene immediately and effectively and separate your position and the position of the media in which you work if any of the guests, whoever they are, make statements that contain the elements of hostility or prejudice against immigrants. Strongly disapprove of such statements when they come from public figures, individuals in positions of power, and individuals who, by virtue of their status, influence public opinion. Note, though, that the last violation of this guideline, I recall, was what happened after the recent events in Limassol, when officials named asylum seekers in general as taking part in the attacks, along with Cypriots, so-called refusers of the mask. We even had statements by political parties at the time calling on the Ministry of the Interior to take measures and cut the allowances of these asylum seekers. Let us take some more examples from the guidelines of the Commission for Journalists and Media. Always take into account the element of diversity, cultural, racial, ethnic, religious, social appearance in order to promote mutual understanding between different groups of the population. Do not overemphasize news in which victims or perpetrators are immigrants, treat this news as if the people involved are Cypriots. Do not refer to all foreigners as illegal immigrants or in a derogatory manner. When referring to immigrants, distinguish between economic migrants, political refugees, asylum seekers, illegal migrants, victims of trafficking, or those who are under state protection for any reason. The guidelines also include the legally correct terminology as stated by the UNHCR for asylum seekers, refugees, people with a right for state protection, immigrants, economic migrants, or victims of trafficking. They also call upon journalists to react responsibly when covering news concerning such people. I would like to stress that following on news in the last decades, effort has been made by certain media, but efforts should continue because things are still not how they are supposed to be. I'd like to come now to how our Commission deals with complaints and how it gives responses and decisions. The Commission is examining a large number of complaints related to the breach of the Code's provision against xenophobia and the guidelines issued for journalists and the media. Complaints before the Commission, after they are investigated and after a decision is issued, are filed according to the provision or provisions of the Code that are violated. I should mention as a fact that out of a total of 35 complaints that the Commission found justified and examined during last year, issuing condemnatory decisions, 11 of them concerned violations of the provision against xenophobia. That is more or less the 30% of the complaints the Commission examines in a year's time. Whereas in 2012, only one complaint among a number of 22 that came before the Commission referred to the violation of the provision of adverse discrimination concerning a foreigner. Even further back, in 2004, none among the 30 complaints the Commission examined had to do with foreigners of any origin. The numbers I mentioned do indeed prove the extent of the problem still affecting journalists and media in Cyprus in general. But I should say that this is also a proof that society is becoming increasingly more aware of such issues and is taking action also towards the Commission, seeking how to correct things in the media in terms of acting and safeguarding against xenophobic and anti-migrant coverage of any kind. I would prefer to avoid presenting specific complaints that the Commission has dealt with, especially during the last 2 years, as journalists and the media have responded positively and have taken action on themselves. I do, though, call upon everyone to bring before the Commission in the form of a complaint anything they notice in the media or by journalists that violates the principles we talk about today. I would consider it more appropriate to conclude my speech by expressing, also publicly via this conference, the desire of the Cyprus Media Complaints Commission to further contribute to the faithful observance of journalists and media to counter hate speech, intolerance, racism, and discrimination. Also, to provide support to journalists and media exposing hate speech, who are often addressed in a bad manner. And as the new president of the Cyprus Media Complaints Commission, I reaffirm our commitment to raise with you awareness about various types of discrimination through better reporting. We believe that Cyprus needs to further improve capacity of journalists and media to counter hate speech, intolerance, racism, and discrimination, and we are here to help in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Elli Kotzamani, for this very comprehensive presentation. yes, as you've mentioned, all the efforts that have been made over the last 10 years seems that they have borne fruit, but you recognize at the same time that more needs to be done. And we keep what you said, that you call upon everyone to bring to your attention negative media stories in a way, in a collective effort to improve the media narrative and the media's work. At the same time, as you said, we need proactive measures to improve the media narrative, and here we could discuss further on what kind of additional corrective measures that can be taken. For example, humanizing the narrative, which is becoming heavily political, as observed also by Kyriakos Pierides earlier. And perhaps introducing some kind of mechanisms to better inform the people. For example, as they have in other countries, fact-checking mechanisms, because usually we hear numbers that they just don't represent the reality. So in introducing this mechanism within media outlets, perhaps can improve the situation. And of course, allow me to say here that simply to say that we have to change how the media work, it may not be enough, and they will in any case have limited impact, because the level of media literacy in the society, in our societies, that is the capacity of the public to receive information critically, with a critical eye, and to be able to identify the biases and the falsehoods. This is an also crucial factor in formulating our perceptions. I found this interesting chart that the Open Society Foundation attempted to do in 2019, where it charts 35 European societies on the media literacy level, and it will surprise few to learn that Finland came top of the media literacy class, thanks to its widely admired education system, which explicitly seeks to teach this crucial skill. And Cyprus ranks 24th out of the 35 countries included in this study. Media is an important ally for sure in fostering a climate of understanding, but it's not, of course, the only one. Education and students, it's very important. Artists, universities, private corporations, they can and they do join forces to protect refugees and affect the narrative, and send out to the society at large and to the politicians the right and the universally accepted messages of respect, acceptance, and inclusion. Rest assured, as UNHCR, we will continue our efforts both with the media and other stakeholders, and build alliances to foster this climate of understanding that we really need. I think that's an undisputable objective on our part, and commitment on our part. And I really appreciate that you said that that there is still a long way to go, and I'm really looking forward to work more with you and the Radio Television Authority and other actors, and find ways to improve the media narrative. Thank you all for being with us today. George?
And thank you, Emilia, and thank you, speakers of this session. We have a couple of questions. One of them, I believe, has already been answered when discussing the regulations and the code of media ethics. Is from Ms. Lamassoise about whether there are regulations forbidding the use of the term illegal immigrants or illegal refugees, and whether there are any actions to prevent the use of this term, which and then we have from Ms. Anthula Papadopoulou, what is the source of the CMCC correct terminology from? And the comment, there are no illegal but irregular migrants. I don't know if any of the speakers would like to.
Yes, I think it's the translation that is, because the terminology is in Greek, so it's most probably in the translation, which is the problem.
Perhaps, Ms. Kotzamani, could you share a link, an online link with the declaration, which includes also the glossary and the guidelines?
I can send you the written. I don't have an online. We don't have them online, but I can share the link, the document with you, and
could share. Okay.
Since we are in discussions about these guidelines, maybe we can come give a new perspective to the guidelines towards the media, because this was done a few years back, so we can maybe come up with some. But just to add to the discussion earlier on the question about regulation, I must tell you that in Cyprus, the regulation on media varies. We have a very old law on print media, a very strict law about the broadcast media, and no law at all about online media. I don't think that we are the only society speaking about the freedom of speech in social media, which is, to my personal opinion, touching sometimes the level of immunity and impunity. Those feeling free to use social media to write what they want cannot be controlled by anyone, and often we tend to negatively face media, official media, let's say, and professional journalists, and bringing before them what is written in social media, which one cannot justify. There's a big discussion apart from media literacy, also on how the need to go back to traditional journalism is the response to such questions are those we discussed today.
Okay, Kyriakos, you can come on stage if you want to add something. But before, Ms. Kotzamani, may I just ask for a clarification as regards the translation reference? You were referring to the translation of the word illegal to paranomos?
I'm not sure about
declaration. Okay.
Just a minute, I'll just see the Greek wording of the declaration.
It's just instead of illegal, the guidelines are encouraging media to use irregular or other less derogatory terms, because that is considered to be against the European values and democratic values, and criminalizes a person based also on recommendations from international and European fora.
The Greek word used here are paratipi metanastes. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Kyriakos.
I would say that we need to take more courageous steps as journalists on restoring cases in which the media did not, the journalists and the media directors did not respond correctly, or double checking, or fact checking their stories and create misleading information. For example, the story with the Radio Television Authority, with CYBC and the famous interview of Sfakianakis, the singer. I would say the following: do we have any indication from the media concerned, CYBC, that they took also a step on restoring what they have done by publishing this interview after they were fined? Because the story of fining a public organization is the money of the taxpayers and nothing more. In practice, are there indications that they took any measures on educating their people on how to address this kind of issues? This is the one question. Secondly, I would say that from the part of journalists, we have to be more strict to our mission. In the past, what we learned from journalists was that we have to be accurate, and at the same time we have to respect our audience, and this creates a huge responsibility for ourselves if we want to secure and upgrade the skills of journalists. And of course, if we want really self-regulate our work without endangering taking measures, we have to be ready to apologize. We have many stories of famous media outlets internationally that they came out and they apologize to their audience when they do this kind of mistakes. And this creates, let's say, a real impact on the rest of the media, that we are not just receiving a fine from a regulatory authority and this is okay. No, it's a responsibility from media to come out openly and say, I apologize to my audience, and at the same time, I take measures to correct what the damage I have done to the public opinion. This is my personal approach, and I think we need to do more to this direction.
Thank you. I think Dr. Themistokleous. Yes. No. If you want to answer on
add something about, yes.
Please do.
I strongly believe that we have not reached that level, Kyriakos, in Cyprus. And I recall how journalists and media deal with complaints that we brought before them as a commission. We had an example of a newspaper publishing in the title that migrants are the third Attila. We discussed it, researched the complaint, and went back to the media. And there was this fight against the commission on how it dealt with the matter. So that's why I said before that we have a long way to go. And older journalists are even more difficult to understand some of the aspects we are discussing here. Also, to be a bit defending on journalists and media, the situation in which journalists act today and perform their duties are very, very difficult, especially since there's this big gap between financial strength of media. This leads to us being, let's say, forced to work with non-educated personnel or with young people coming for a few years in the profession and leaving the profession for something which will bring them more money. This cannot be helpful for the media because they cannot build on education and gain in this aspect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much both for your very valid and useful interventions. Unless anyone has something more to add. Emilia?
Dr. Antigoni Themistokleous would like to make a final comment. I see here.
Yes,
Antigoni, please join us. Is there any connectivity issue?
I think she's getting ready to get online.
Okay.
No.
Are we missing a question, George, or a comment?
I think we have covered all questions, and with your permission, we can move on to closing our event, unless there is anything more from your side to add. I would like to remind our participants that our event has... here's...
I think Antigoni is
Antigoni.
here. Your microphone is mute.
Let's try and
unmute.
Unmute. Can you enable your camera and microphone, Antigoni? Let's just give her some time. And
I just want to say, George, while we're waiting for Antigoni's comments, the idea of fining or sanctioning media is not enough. Media are responsible entities and part of the public dialogue. So I would say that it's more courageous for media and journalists themselves to take the responsibility and say openly, we have done a mistake, and at the same time, to correct it, giving the chance to people to double check, to see what is correct, what are the facts, and enter into a sincere, responsible discussion with their audience when they are, let's say, misleading, and they are ready to restore the truth. This is my concept.
Yeah, but what about those media outlets that have somewhat of a what seems to be a line when it comes to certain political or social issues, whereas the individual responsibility of a professional, either that is an editor or a journalist or an owner of a newspaper or an online outlet, might not be enough, because you actually do have certain outlets, specifically online, and an increasingly online presence of media that seem to be very much directed towards the direction that we don't want to go. So how do you address that if you don't have sanctions, if you don't have a system where people know that they will be facing penalties if they use a specific wording, or if their coverage is somewhat encouraging either exclusion or verbal or any other type of violence? Thank you. And sorry to interrupt you, Antigoni. I thought you wanted to say something before I...
Yes, I would like to make a couple of comments now. So, first of all, I couldn't agree more with Ms. Kotzamani regarding the improvement that we have observed so far in the quality of journalism. Yes, 20 years ago, quality of journalism was not, let's say, so sensitive. Journalists were not so sensitive in certain issues. Of course, there is further improvement that should be done. Regarding what Mr. Pierides said, if we know of any actions that the corporation or any private media outlet did in order to improve the situation. We know that the authority has this, let's say, power. It's not power. It's just a kind of sanction for imposing financial sanctions. I think what you refer to is something that the Cyprus Media Complaints Commission does, and from my awareness, the Commission is committed to this, to educate and through discussion and deliberation to make journalists aware and to make journalists realize that it is in their for their credibility to follow and to adopt the code. Regarding what Ms. Kotzamani, and something else on this, the authority does occasionally some workshops or discussions with the media, and there was one meeting a few months ago, in October, as far as I remember, where the authority invited the editors-in-chiefs of the private and the stations in the public service and the CYMBC in order to discuss how different issues regarding news bulletins in particular. So there was a fruitful and constructive discussion there. Regarding the fact that online media are not under the control of any authority, the Commission acknowledging this, that there are much stricter regulations for broadcasters, and with the last revision of the European Directive, of the AVMS Directive of 2013, there was an amendment in 2018, and if it wasn't for the pandemic, we should have already enacted it in our national legislation. So according to this amendment, video sharing platforms are now monitored in terms of certain issues, and among this is the hate speech, this issue of hate speech. So the one or the other way, all the European or the member states should find a way to monitor the content that is distributed via video sharing platforms regarding issues, among others, of incitement to hatred, hate speech, race speech, protection of minors. So technology is something that pushes us to think further issues. So there is further improvement to be done, and we try also through the media literacy initiatives. This is something that I monitor, so I'm very much aware of the attempts that we do to educate, especially students, pupils at the primary school, to realize and to understand that what is in the media can be read and can be interpreted in different ways. So they should choose and they should critically read every message that is in the media. So that was from me. And full stop.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Emilia?
Yeah, I think there is a lot more to discuss, and perhaps one way to wrap up is to say that we really need to take these discussions further. And I mean, it seems that there is a consensus that there is much more to be done, and there are good practices out there, and we may not know them, all of them, so mapping them and assessing them and see how we could further improve and build upon. It's something that we can discuss, we can commit ourselves that we can discuss further in bilateral meetings and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think I mean these 2 last days, we have seen that I mean Cyprus has an anti-discrimination legal framework in place for for all the issues involved. Also an anti-discrimination code at school, but it seems that there is a need to do more on their for their enforceability. And we need to take concrete actions to address this phenomena that have been described by the refugees and other stakeholders during these 2 days. It's just not acceptable for refugees not to be able to find work, for example, unless they remove their hijab, or students being bullied or reprimanded or expelled from school because they wear a scarf. I mean, this is a fundamental human right and the normal thing in many other countries where they also have, I mean, a negative rhetoric, but such flagrant behaviors are simply not accepted in other societies. With that, I would like to finish, and George, maybe you want to close.
I just wanted to, closing, I would like to say that we are very happy that our conference has enabled truly beneficial discussions through the exchange of expertise and experiences of refugees, humanitarian workers, government officials, journalists, academicians, and lawyers. And we hope that this will contribute to the pursuit of effective solutions and remedies to the issues mentioned. We have had 155 unique participants yesterday and 121 unique participants today throughout our event, which, considering the digital fatigue that people are facing these days, indicates that our discussions have kept our participants engaged and interested. As mentioned in the beginning of our event by the UNHCR representative, while Cyprus is in need of support and solidarity to face the additional challenges created by the increased mixed flows of last years, UNHCR believes that Cyprus can win the bet of successful integration. Effective access to education, employment, housing, and family reunification are all crucial in this process. But the first step to create a welcoming society without discrimination, xenophobia, and racism. I will use a quote from one of the most important political theorists of the 20th century, Hannah Arendt. We lost our home, which means the familiarity of daily life. We lost our occupation, which means the confidence that we are of some use in this world. We lost our language, which means the naturalness of reactions, the simplicity of gestures, the unaffected expression of feelings. We left our relatives and our best friends have been killed, and that means the rupture of our private lives. The Cypriot society and the state can help bring back the confidence, self-reliance, and participation of refugees in life by acknowledging the value of and implementing comprehensive integration policies motivated by a genuine desire for inclusion. We must not only work for well-designed actions and comprehensive policies, we must work for the nurturing and development of a collective understanding that inclusion works for the benefit of all of us. We need a culture of inclusion. Thank you so much for staying with us until the end of our event. Please visit our Facebook page and share our conference posts to help enhance visibility for the issues. And also, if you have some time, please visit our form for signing up for our small souvenir for our event. Is the result of our collaboration with the local artists called Strengthening the Social Fabric Together. So if you just kindly provide us our details, we can forward our souvenir to you. Thank you so much for being with us, and we hope that you will be with us also at our next event. Have a great day and a lovely weekend. Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. Bye.